Honorable members, DM and your team from the department, our support team from
Recording
Parliament,
in progress.
our support team from Parliament, and all those that are watching our and part of the meeting, or the acting chair of IDT, the acting CEO of IDT, the board members of IDT, the chairperson of Agrima South Africa and the board, the CEO of Agrima South Africa and his team. Greetings to you all. Today, we still, as the members of the Portfolio Committee, getting reports in preparations for the BRRR. Yesterday, we received a report from Auditor General, the annual report of the department and PMTE. Today, we are going to be dealing with the annual report of IDT and Agrima SA. The acting CEO has sent a message indicating that she's not going to be part of the meeting as she's on leave, but there is someone who will be presenting the report on her behalf. But I understand that the board, in the form of the acting chair, is part of the meeting. You are all welcome in this meeting. I know that the committee members, having read all the reports that were sent to us, will be asking probing questions, but questions that are there to build and ensure that the entity goes from strength to strength. It's not because we want to destroy you, but we're asking questions so that all those entities of the department deliver what they are expected to deliver. With those few words, honorable members and all those that are in the meeting, you are welcome. Any apology, Ms. Martinez?
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to yourself and honorable members, as well as my colleagues. The only apology, Chairperson, that I have is that of the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure. She's attending a cabinet meeting where she's going to be presenting the infrastructure plan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Another apology that we have is the one of Honorable Jobo, as she is in the flight coming to Cape Town. She will join the meeting at 10. Can we then start over to you, DM?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and a very good morning to you. Very good morning to the honorable members of the committee, to the acting chair of IDT, the DDG responsible for IGR, who is on the platform with both their teams. Let me appreciate this opportunity, Honorable Chairperson, and indicate that today the IDT will be sharing with the committee its annual performance. But I know that in as much as we will be dealing with the annual performance or annual report, it becomes a matter of extreme interest to all the members to realize where we are with reconfiguring IDT. We must indicate that it has been quite an involved process, and that process is now, I won't say almost towards its end, but the memo with the various options that we are placing before Cabinet. As you will recall, that Cabinet had instructed us in 2020 already at the end to say, let's go back and look at what other options are there for IDT. Now that process has taken place, and with the support and help of GTEC, which is an institution or a part of Treasury that is helping us with the reconfiguration, looking deeper into the state of affairs at IDT, with a view to be able to give us the options, which options, and each option with its own implications. And therefore, for now, we will indicate once Cabinet has interacted with the memo and has made their their comments or taken a decision, we will come back to the committee to share the committee. But we can merely indicate that there's quite a number of options, some good, some not so good. And therefore we will at the right time come to the committee in the near future. I thought I needed to start there, Chair, but I must say that with the current leadership at IDT, they have worked to really prove the fact that John Maxwell always refers to, that everything rises or falls on leadership, because they have steered a turbulent, in a turbulent environment. They have steered the ship to kind of change direction of IDT, and we really appreciate that to the extent with the so many disclaimers that IDT has been receiving. They've been able to push it to a point where they now have a qualified audit opinion. And we are working hard. We know that it may not be very easy to just say a clean audit, but I think the zeal and the drive is there to change the narrative and to show cause that it really can be done. And therefore, I do want to present to you the acting chair, as you've already indicated, Honorable Chairperson. She is with us, Ms. Zimbini Hill, together with the team from IDT. I will hand over to her, to Ms. Zimbini Hill, the acting chair, who will then assist us. I know there's Mohammed who's standing in for, is Ibrahim. Am I right? But there is, oh no, it's Tumisho. It's Tumisho, who is standing in for the acting CEO. I will hand over, with your permission, Chair, I will hand over to Ms. Zimbini Hill.
Thank you very much, DM. Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, Deputy Minister of DPWI, senior management from the department, and my IDT colleagues, good morning. I'm pleased to introduce to you our annual report for the year ended 2021-2022. Honorable members of the committee will recall that the board I lead as interim chairperson came into office with a mandate to transform and reconfigure the IDT into a fit-for-purpose financially viable entity. The board found an IDT beset with several problems, which made it difficult for the entity to execute on its really important mandate. Some of the problems included the following: and still include the following: dwindling revenue amid the withdrawal of business from disaffected clients, capacity challenges created by departure of critical technical staff and creating more gaps in the entity's performance, and also, importantly, poor audit outcomes. The cumulative impact of these challenges was that the entity could not deliver on its mandate effectively, and in the process, created doubt about its relevance and capability in the court of public opinion. However, a diagnostic assessment by the board was that these challenges are not insurmountable and could be addressed, and immediately the board set in motion a process to address these challenges. Some of the key challenges the DM has mentioned that we set out to address was the filling of critical vacant positions. So the DM has summed up by quoting John Maxwell quite well. Where we started as the board was we started to fill the critical vacant positions, starting with leadership, because we believed that with the great leadership and with intentional leadership, they'd be able to influence the rest of the organization. We've seen some improvements which are really keeping us motivated, which is the key improvements for us at this moment is the improvement in our audit outcome. The DM has also summed up that for 5 years, we've had audit disclaimers, but however, for the first time this year, and within a space of 6 months, we achieved a qualified audit opinion. We've also sought to strengthen, through the Office of the Acting CEO, we've sought to strengthen stakeholder management as part of building a client-centric organization culture and also regaining public confidence. We've also made some great strides, albeit in difficult environment, in business generation to increase the size of the IDT portfolio. We've got to thank the department as well in this regard, as they've been an incredible supportive pillar. We also seek to improve our revenue generation management. Another aspect that makes us incredibly proud as the board and proud in the efforts of our management team and also the staff at the IDT is the reduction of the litigation cases. Management has been working on reducing litigation cases against the IDT. The board has approved a litigation strategy, and this includes the implementation of a new contracting model. We've also, after we have started as the new board, we've also sought to improve governance by establishing and reviving relevant governance structures and reviewing policies to ensure they align with the latest prescripts and best practices. The DM has also alluded to the reconfiguration. The performance of the IDT, as reflected in this report, is an outcome of the efforts made by the board working together with management since it came into office in the second quarter of the 2021-2022 financial year. We've received great support from the department and also yourselves, committee, honorable members. Without this support, much of what we've achieved would not have been possible within the short space of time. We look forward to making greater improvements and creating a sustained social infrastructure delivery agent. I now hand over to my team, starting with Christopher, who will be representing the acting CEO in presenting our annual report. Christopher. Sorry, honorable members, am I audible?
Yes, acting chair, you clearly. We're just waiting for the person you have called to present the report to us. Thank you.
Oh, there he is. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, members of the Portfolio Committee, Deputy Minister, Acting Board Chairperson, fellow executives of IDT and the IDT and DPWI colleagues. Chair, my name is Tumisho Makofane. I'm standing in for Tebogo Malaka, who is currently on leave and she has asked me to lead the team in presenting to the portfolio committee with regards to the 2021-2022 annual performance report. Together with myself, Chair, I've got Ms. Clarinda Simpson, who is the CFO of the IDT. I've also got Ms. Naledi Mudibedi, who is the executive responsible for corporate services unit within the IDT. We also have the general manager for performance and strategy, Mr. Christopher Mlaudzi, who will be assisting me in driving the presentation this morning. And we've got other colleagues from the IDT who are also part of today's session. Chair, firstly, I'd like to thank you for the warm welcome that you've given to this team. And I think the support that the acting board chair has alluded to, that has been given by the portfolio committee over the last few months. It has not been easy, but through yourselves, the journey has been much lighter on the IDT and on the team of the IDT. I would also would like to thank the DM for giving the background on the reconfiguration. And I think it is a process that is ongoing. And just to say that we are in appreciation of the support that both her office and that of the minister, and of course that of the DG have given through this process. Having said that, Chair, I will then move on to the annual performance report. We'll move on to slide number 2. The contents of our presentation for this morning is, firstly, we'll touch on the purpose of this report. We'll go to the organizational and operational context of the IDT. We'll go to item number 3, which is the performance report for 2021-2022. The CFO will take us through the 2021-2022 financial report. We'll allow, and I know that she has touched broadly on this, but we'll allow the acting board chair just to take us through the governance matters. It's only 2 slides. And then we'll look at the audit outcome for the 2021-2022 financial year. And then we'll go to conclusions and recommendations that the team has put through. We may move to the next slide, Chris. The purpose of this report is to present to the portfolio committee the IDT's annual report and annual financial statements for the year ended 31 March 2022. Next slide. Hi, Chris. All right, the mission and vision of the IDT. Hi, Chris, are you there? Chris?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, I think you are moving faster than we are reading. Can you just take it slowly on the pedal?
Okay, I just got a message here from Adam Tambeni for you that you must they've asked you to put the video on because of the parliamentary.
Oh, okay.
So I was attending to that call. Yeah. Well.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yes. So I got lost. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think they must allow me to then put my video on, because I can't put the video on my side.
What about you, co-host Tumi? Do you have the info on your side? So do we allow you to be the co-host, then you use the slides on your side?
I could, Chair, but I think we are working on the latest version, and I might have an older version.
Okay.
Yeah, I think can we allow Chris to continue, Chair, through you?
Okay. Okay. Fine.
Yeah. I'm just waiting for access to the video, and then I can start the video, Chair.
Honorable Chairperson, everybody has an option to open the video. And I've been asking Mr. Makufane to turn the video on, but then the message keeps coming back saying he's going to do it later. So I don't know what's happening.
Okay, let me just check. I'm not sure, Chair, why my video is giving me problems.
I think it's your device, because on my side it shows that you have opened your video, but it doesn't come on.
Yeah, I think maybe it might be my device, Chair.
Can we allow you to continue? Because we're focusing on the slides.
Okay, let's go to the slide on the vision and mission, Chris. Thank you. So the mission of the IDT is a built environment project management agency, which manages and delivers integrated public infrastructure programs. The vision thereof is that we are a commercially driven public sector built environment project management enterprise. And our brand promise is assured efficient infrastructure delivery. And the values that we subscribe to is thinking like our clients, active visibility, commercially minded, competitive and collaborative, innovative and proactive, and zero tolerance on corruption. The next one, Chris. So the background and introduction of the IDT is that IDT is a listed Schedule 2 entity in terms of the PFMA. It supports the delivery of public social infrastructure as a contribution to the achievement of the National Development Goals, the NDP, the NDG, and the entity generates its revenue mainly from management fees derived from managing the implementation of social infrastructure projects on behalf of government. Now, the 2021 reporting period represents the first complete reporting period in 4 years, Chair and honorable members of the committee, that the ID had a fully functional and complete accounting authority since the appointment of a new board of trustees, which took office during the course of the second quarter of the 2021-2022 financial year. We may move to the next one, Chris. So the operating environment for 2021-2022 is that the IDT service delivery environment during that financial year was characterized by, amongst others, the following socio-economic factors. 1, it was a subdued economic growth rate. 2, the construction sector was under significant pressure as spending on infrastructure declined. And this can also be confirmed by, reports from our sister entities like the CIDB on the construction sector and how this has affected the gradings, the various construction gradings. The industry was experiencing shrinking profit margins, cost overruns, labor disruptions, and poor productivity. And of course, number 4, the rising costs of input. Now, that continued. You'll see that the demand for localization of development benefits, emphasizing local procurement suppliers for programs, example, using local suppliers, creation and extension of job opportunities to local community members first. And this is what we obviously fully support as the IDT, and hence the chair's comments on the fact that we have even strengthened the stakeholder management side of things through the Office of the CO. The next one is the proliferation of the construction sector, transformation forums demanding participation in project implementation through subcontracting, leading to disruption of construction project works schedules. And that again was witnessed through what we call the local business forums, or the 30%, or the construction mafias that have made way into the various projects. And the next one is that we've had demand for inclusive development approaches, for example, design of programs that enhance the role and participation of small contractors. And we'll also report on how we have moved with regards to the contractor development program. And the service delivery process presents risk of construction projects and the disruption thereof, and the challenge of ensuring that old and new social infrastructure meet the norms and standards to create a conducive service delivery environment for all. Now, in terms of the organizational that has set in following the departure of the previous board. Since coming into office, the board has been working hard to reconfigure the IDT into a fit for purpose and financially viable entity that will meet all the client expectations and initiatives included. From a governance point of view, the board has established various committees to provide effective oversight of the entity, which committees have been working on issues such as the reconfiguration that the DM touched on, the financial sustainability, the audit risk, and the human resources. I'm not going to dwell much on the reconfiguration process. Safe to say that the DM has touched on that process. Appointment of new staff, a number of critical positions have been filled at an executive level, which has cascaded down to senior management and on the professional team side. You will appreciate that at a point in time when there was a threat of the IDT closing down, a lot of professionals did leave the organization. So we have been in that process of recruiting and also strengthening the maintenance and facilities management team in line with the total facilities management strategy that we presented earlier on in the year to the very same committee. The business generation, the board and management have been working hard to generate business from national and provincial clients, and notable progress has been made in this regard. Some of the new clients include the National Department of Higher Education, which portfolio will see us engaging on some of the new TVET colleges that the department intends to build. We also have the National Department of Health, which portfolio will focus on the maintenance of some of the hospitals, hence our beefing up of the maintenance team, and which will also see the construction of new hospitals throughout the country, as well as provincial departments of transport in KZN and rural development in Northwest. And safe to say that the Department of Education remains one of our bigger clients in terms of business generation. Policy review, most of the IDT policies have been or are in process of being reviewed to bring them up to date with current trends in legislation and related prescripts. We've also been working hard, Chair and honorable members, to reduce the litigation cases against the IDT. The litigation strategies has also been approved by the board. This includes the implementation of new contracting models with the clients, which contracting models, amongst other things, include time-barred clauses and making sure that we work around the clock to resolve any issues that might arise on contracts timelessly. Audit Matters, the entity received a qualified audit opinion for the 2021 financial year. And this comes after 5 years of audit disclaimers, Chair, which I think it is a step in the right direction, and the CFO will touch more on that when she touches on the financial side of things. I'll then hand over to Mr. Chris Mulauzi to take us through the performance report for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Makofane. Through you, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, and I would like to introduce to you the performance, the non-financial performance side of things before I hand over to the CFO. Thank you so much. I greet you all, including honorable members of the House, the Deputy Minister, senior members of the department, as well as the management team from the IDT. We have since sending out this presentation, we added just 4 slides. Basically, when we reflected yesterday's management, we thought we augmented the presentation with 2 slides, mainly from an audit perspective, to explain the audit outcome and the issues that needed to be that we think should be emphasized. So in doing that, we thought, well, we might as well add this particular slide here on impact, outcomes, and MTSF alongside the one on mission and vision. These are statements. These are things that are well known to members of the House. So this was just to. They are not significant, but they are things that we just perhaps we could put to remind us where we fit in the bigger scheme of things in terms of the priorities of the national government of the 6th administration, as well as the outcomes of the Department of Public Works, and where and as well as our contribution to the wider outcomes or goals of the national of the entire government. So without wasting much time, I'll move to this slide, which just gives us a synopsis of performance. We had all in all, we had about 13 targets, which were just flowing from the 2020-21 financial year at a time when we were very cautious in our targeting because we were a bit uncertain about our future. So we settled on these targets that we thought were so key in case anything happened, because we were so uncertain. So we've decided to keep on those, to keep to those that we thought would be key, whatever happened. So we have since become a little more aggressive, or in outer years, now that we are a bit certain about where we are going. So we met 46% of the 13 targets, which means 5 of them, whereas 5, which means 6, sorry, 5 were partially achieved, and then the rest 2 were not achieved. Other members of the House will remember that our work also is actually aligned to what the department seeks to achieve, as well as the whole of government. So our targets, our outcome areas are aligned. We do that through our outcomes, which are some of the things that we 4 outcomes that we have. So under this outcome of trying to increase quality and social access, to increase access to quality social infrastructure, we have the delivery of new and replacement facilities, non-greenfield, percentage of projects that are completed on time, percentage of projects that are completed within budget. We have done quite well in terms of new and replacement facilities. We exceeded the target, the target, which was 15. We exceeded by 2. We achieved 17. We haven't done particularly well on the non-greenfield infrastructures that comply with norms and standards. We fell short by 6 facilities there. In terms of projects that are completed on time as well, we haven't done particularly well. We only met 56% of the targeted 70, but we've done very, very well in terms of projects that are completed within budget. This is quite an important thing that which even our clients have noticed through our client satisfaction surveys, that we have done. There's some improvements in terms of meeting our targets in terms of delivering within budget, and hopefully to the right quality over time. So the second outcome is more about transforming our contribution to transforming the built environment to make it more inclusive and representative. So we do that through the targets on BBB expenditure, implementation of the contractor development program, both for females and youth. We haven't done particularly well on the CDP because we actually didn't implement it. There were no projects to link our participants to. So there were no panel contracts that were awarded during the year. However, we spent over 400 million rands on program expenditure on women contractors, which was 17%, as well as 227 million rands, rather 10% of all program expenditure on youth contractors. So that kind of makes up for our failure to set up a panel or to link up our participants to projects because they just were not there, and some of the clients are very reluctant to award projects, CDP projects to these participants. So the issue here on BBBE is that we met 44% of the targeted 70. So we have a bit of an issue here, which is an ongoing one around expired BBB certificates for some of the participants, some of the PBB outfits that we bring on board, and it's an ongoing thing that we try to work on so that we avoid negative audit outcomes by weeding out those that are whose BBB certificates have expired. So the last one, the other big one, is now the issue of decent employment, basically the implementation of non-state of the mass employment program in the form of construction opportunities that are created through the IDT portfolio itself, as well as the big non-state sector issue around expanded public works program. We've done well in terms of construction opportunities created through our portfolio. We just came 622. Were short by 622 jobs. We created just under 4,000. We exceeded the target on EPWP by far. So we created 100,000, over 100,000 of those, even though implementation only started in the third quarter. So honorable members of the House will recall that a lot of these targets also contribute as our contribution to the economic reconstruction and recovery plan that was announced by the President in October 2020. And it also, through our portfolio, we also contribute to the reconstruction or to rebuilding the construction industry in the country. So this is, I think, has these kinds of targets, and whenever we do well, we feel that we have a role to play too as an IDT in the not only in the economic reconstruction of the country, but also in the rebuilding the construction industry after the devastation caused by COVID years ago. I shall now move on to expenditure trends to the next slide. So this slide simply shows expenditure trends over a 4-year period from 2018-2019 right up to the current financial year. But it also shows that for the year under review, we spent about 2.289 billion rands of a targeted 2.63 billion. So this is expenditure per program. Mr. Makofane did mention that education facilities contribute. I mean, it's a large education makes up a large percentage of our portfolio, and as this reflects here, the bar at the bottom there, it indicates that our expenditure, 51% of our expenditure is accounted for by education and as well as EPWP non-state sector. This slide here on performance talks to what I've already mentioned about we had targeted to spend 2.63 billion, and then we fell short a bit by 351 million. We spent 2.282 billion. In terms of management fee collection rate, we've done quite well. We had targeted to collect at least 80%, and then we went on to 81%. We haven't done particularly well in terms of compliant invoices that are supposed to be paid within 3 days. And this is largely within 30 days, sorry, excuse me. But this has largely to do with the delays of in the transfer of funds from clients to us. And this has created problems that we are not able to process the invoices to our service providers on time or within the stipulated 30-day turnaround time. But this is something that we work on very almost every day to find solutions to these problems. The same goes for overhead invoices within 3 days. So, honorable members, the last slide that I'm going to focus on is just one that focuses on strategies, the kinds of things that we do to address areas of underperformance. And you notice that in some instances, when it comes to projects that in order for us to deliver projects on time, we have continuous engagements with clients to transfer funds, to fast-track approval of variation orders, and the replacement of non-performing contractors, as well as monitoring of contractors on site. Then the issue that I mentioned earlier on BBB certificates, we always try by all means to do all the necessary verifications to ensure that everyone who is on our database has the necessary certificates that are valid at a particular time. And we, with respect to management of collection fees, with the management of fee collection, we're implementing our data management policy, which was approved by the board not very long ago, as well as the debt collection strategy. And we continue to engage our clients, obviously, on the transfer of funds, so that we are able to meet payment turnaround time of 30 days. Then, without further ado, and honorable members of the House, without saying much, I would like to hand over back to you so that you invite Ms. Glenda Simpson, the CFO, to take care of the financial part of this presentation. I thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, colleagues in the portfolio as well. My name is Glenda Simpson. I'm the CFO at the IDT. I will take you through highlights related to the 21-22 financial performance and touch on the root cause of the issues related to the qualified audit opinion. Just briefly on our financial performance for 21-22. We underachieved in terms of program expenditure. We were below target as reflected on the slide. As a result, our management fees that we generated on our program expenditure, the basis for generating management fees is program expenditure. So the lower the program expenditure, the lower the management fees that we're able to invoice and collect. So as a result, our management fee target was also below, or actual was actually below the target due to the underachievement of the program expenditures. We were able to fund our operational expenditure to the extent of 60%. The balance of 40% was funded by the shareholder via a government grant of 93 million. As a result of us not being able to generate sufficient cash, meaning cash generated from operations, inadequate management fee and high operational expenditures, we were forced to basically dip into our cash and cash equivalents balance, the money that sits in our bank account. So if you compare the bank and cash balance that was sitting at the end of March 22, it actually decreased from the bank balance that was sitting at the end of March 2021, because we had to rely on our reserves to fund our operational expenditures because our income was insufficient. When it comes to trade and other receivables, I must say that at the end of March 22, we had a huge outstanding balance in terms of management fees, especially, and also sundry debtors, meaning certain amounts that were due and payable by client departments to IDT, where IDT had paid on behalf of client departments, be it legal settlements or be it funding of certain admin expenditure related to certain programs that we were managing on behalf of the shareholder. So as a result, because some of the balances were very old, we were forced in terms of the accounting standards to basically provide for an impairment. So the extent of the impairment at the end of March 22 was 72 million. It decreased from 2021 because we had made concerted efforts towards trying to recover the outstanding management fees. But I must report that as at today's date, outstanding management fees are very minimal, at least 14 million. So we've made progress in that regard. We've got our program assets and liabilities. This is the biggest figure in our balance sheet. So program assets and liabilities arise from the IDT being an implementing agent. So program assets is funds that we hold on behalf of client departments that we use to actually defray the expenditure that's incurred by suppliers who are assisting us in implementing certain programs. So at the end of March 2022, our program assets was 1.5 billion and program liabilities 1.5 billion as well. So this was a decrease from the 2021 financial year for obvious reasons due to the decline in the industry and obviously the impact that COVID had on the construction industry as well. Okay, so program assets and liabilities, as we've reflected in our annual financial statements, there's a detailed note disclosure. So we've just extracted these figures or this note disclosure from the annual financial statements for details what makes up your program assets and liabilities. I won't go into detail, I'll take it as read, but as I've explained, it talks to monies received from client departments. It talks to the different categories of program expenditure, being your normal infrastructure program expenditure, your social infrastructure program expenditure, as well as your professional fees as well that we pay to suppliers. And we also basically calculated an average of 5% our management fee on program expenditure, which is reflected on the slide. And then at the bottom of the slide, it just unpacks what's making up your program assets of 1.5 billion and your program liabilities, which is mainly funds held in trust and amounts due to suppliers and your retention liabilities. So IDT is on the way to becoming self-sustainable, but it is a journey. It's something that we acknowledge and we admit. We are in the resuscitation phase. So the generation of new business is something that we are busy with at the moment, concluding new contracts, etc. So as a result, we are not yet seeing the cash inflows coming through from new business because of the lag in terms of the planning phase, procurement phase, etc. But that is being addressed currently by the new contracting model, as alluded to by the acting CEO. But we are hoping that going forward with the new contracting model, we'll see an earlier inflow of cash as and when we start the various projects. But currently to date, as at September, at the end of September, we had 4.9 million sitting in the bank. And then we are highly reliant on the department currently for financial assistance, just to close the gap between the income that we generate from management fee and also the operational expenditures that we are forced to basically defray or settle. So you'll see the gap between cash outflows starting from October. It's over 30 million. And then if you look at the income that we actually collect, it's around 26 million. So it's very concerning in that our income is below our operational expenditures. So without the government grant, it's reflected on the slide for October, it's 23 million. So that supplementing income, which we call the government grant, is actually necessary or crucial at this point until IDT can break even. In other words, until we can start realizing the income from all new projects that we've actually been able to secure. So for the current financial year, we are supported by the shareholder. Going forward over the medium term, we expect to break even, and in the outer years, we expect to be self-sustainable. So I've spoken to the slide, we can move down. So I'll focus on the audit matters, what gave rise to the audit opinion, So if you look at 21-22 audit outcome, yes, it is an improvement from a disclaimer to a qualification. But we are focused on achieving that unqualified. We don't settle, and settling means being happy with a qualified audit opinion, and that's not our goal as the new executive and management of IDT. So we have an audit action plan in place that we've compiled, circulated to staff. And with the assistance of the AG, we are busy debriefing IDT staff, especially staff involved in management of the programs, to ensure there's proper record keeping of supporting documentation that can assist us in ensuring that when we disclose program expenditure and assets and liabilities, that it's complete and accurate, and which was the main root cause for the qualification. So AG is working closely with us. I must say the relationship is quite good, and we are together debriefing IDT as a whole, just to ensure that the root cause of the audit qualification paragraphs are clearly understood by staff and corrective action implemented. Okay. Matters affecting the auditor's report. As I mentioned, we had no issues related to operational expenditure. So everything related to the running of IDT, the admin expenditure of IDT, it was clean. So the income, the expenditure on IDT was clean. What was a challenge, and which is understandable, and I must just put it in context to say that AG completed their audit in April 2022. So we had to submit. The 2021 audit was completed in April 2022. So as IDT being listed in the PFMA Schedule 2 entity, we were compelled or obliged to submit financials by the 31st of May 2022. So we had a month to basically ensure that we go back at least a year and try and rectify the comparative figures that were disclaimed, and then also try and get our records in order for the 2022 financial year. Because we only, whilst AG is auditing, we could not roll over our financial system balances, especially your balance sheet balances. So we only had a month to basically go back and try and interrogate. And I must say 4 weeks, looking at the billions of rands that are in our custody, it was quite a task to actually to move from a disclaimer to a qualification and try and rectify the disclaimer issues from the prior year. So yeah, no, I'm still on the other slide. Thanks, Chris. So I just want to focus on what's giving rise to the audit qualification. So it's if you look at the first bullet, program assets and liabilities disclosure note, insufficient audit evidence that program expenditure was properly accounted for, and unadjusted material misstatements in program expenditure due to cutoff and completeness of expenditure. So just to put this in context, what this means is that there was one region that had cutoff issues, meaning that, for example, accruals, where services were rendered during the financial year, but invoices not received, but invoices received post year end and prior to submission of the financial statements for audit were not completely and accurately accounted for in the accounting records. So just one region having cutoff issues, which led to incomplete program expenditure. It was extrapolated by the AG across the entire IDT, across the other regions and across head office, giving rise to a material figure, which actually led to one of our qualification issues. So we were comfortable and quite pleased with the fact that it only related to one very small region and not the bigger regions that generate the bulk of the program expenditure and management fees at IDT. Then the other issue was program assets and liability balances. Okay, material misstatements as a result of lack of supporting evidence from take-on balances spanning over 10 years that need to be investigated in order to accurately classify or write off the balances. So what happened here is that many years ago, before I think most of the staff, finance staff were actually at the IDT, there was a change in systems, I think over 10 years ago. And as a result, that the balances that were taken onto the new system were, can we call it balancing balances, that were never ever investigated or interrogated. So during the 1 month that we had available between April and May before we could submit financials, we tried to a large extent to interrogate the balances we could pick up that were not supported. And we were able to either provide a provision for bad debts or for write-off, but it was not a complete and accurate figure. And as a result, the guidance from the AG was that we rather avoid writing off and we rather go back and interrogate and get proper substantiating evidence to support these balances that nobody knows how they came to be, and they were just system generated. So we are busy with that task to try and interrogate those balances and have substantiating evidence to try and justify a write-off, and that would meet the criteria stipulated in the PFMA and the GRAP accounting standards. So that was one of the qualification areas where these debit balances sitting under program assets and liabilities to a large extent, they were on both sides, sort of under or overstated those specific line items. So it's one of our priority areas that we've been investigating since conclusion of the 2022 audit. But I must say the 1 month that we had to prepare did not serve us well. It was not good for us. If we had a little bit more time, we could have rectified or dealt with this particular issue. Then the irregular expenditure, it relates to the fact that IDT has been disclosing irregular expenditure for years. And due to poor record keeping to some extent, we could not substantiate the opening balance of the irregular expenditure. So subsequently, or subsequent to receiving the audit report, we've been able to get detailed schedules together with supporting information that talks to the amounts that we had disclosed in previous years that were carried forward to 2022 to enable us to investigate, implement consequence management, and request condonation from the board where applicable. Can go down. Okay, so I think I've covered the remedial actions where we're investigating 100% of program expenditure to ensure that it's complete and accurate, that there are no cut-off issues in any of the regions or at head office, and that we can only do via debriefing and via internal audit assisting us with quality reviews and audit reviews of the completeness and accuracy of program expenditure across the board at IDT. And then we are investigating those balances that are unknown, that are system generated due to change of systems. And the regular expenditure I've mentioned is under control in terms of corroborating evidence to investigate and implement consequence management and subsequently right of condone. Okay, I think from my side, that is it. I'll hand back to, I think it's either the chair, Ms. Hill, or Mr. Makofane. Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, for your audience. We have now reached the end of our presentation, and it is recommended that the Portfolio Committee notes the IDT performance report of 2021-2022 financial year. And having said that, we would like to hand over to you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Acting Chair, for introducing the report, and thank you from the members of your team for presenting the report to us. I now invite honorable members to interact with the report, but I must raise it. Maybe I don't know whether it's me only on the two reports that I got from NOLA. They don't have the same slides as you were presenting. I had Chris saying that they added some slides, so that maybe put me in a disadvantaged position because they're not there in the presentation that I had. Remember, we read the presentation even before you present it to us. But let me then invite members to comment on this. I can see the hand of Honorable Grammare, Honorable Hicklin, Honorable Tring. In that order, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I would like to start off by congratulating the IDT. I think 2 years ago, this organization couldn't even put together annual financial statements. And here you are with an improvement in your audit outcome. So I think that's fair play to you guys, and congratulations on what must have been a lot of hard work that went into getting yourselves into this position. I've worked obviously through your annual financial statements. A lot of what I wanted to raise, you have addressed, particularly Clorinda in your presentation. But let me just go through it anyway. So my first question is that the acting CEO was the chairperson of the board, and there seems to have been an overlap during that period. I'd like to know whether or not it's good practice, or even if it's allowed, for the chairperson of a board to be the acting CEO of an entity. And then also I'd like to know why the acting CEO is being remunerated as a board member when clearly that person is also being paid as the CEO. So I'm concerned that there seems to be some double dipping. I might have misconstrued what's going on, and maybe that isn't the case, but if that could be clarified. Also, the entire internal audit committee is trustees. I know that that's not disallowed, but I wonder if that is not a conflict of interest to not have somebody who's independent from the board of trustees. It's like, you know, being player and ref. I'd also like to know who the company secretary is. In the AFS, it does speak to the company secretary falling within the trustee secretariat. So I'm very concerned that all control is vested in the board of trustees. And there doesn't seem to be sort of any independent information coming from anybody else. Then in terms of your HR plan, you have 292 approved posts, 204 employees. To my way of calculation, that's 88 vacancies. But on page 81 of your report, it says there are 4 vacancies, but there's a 0% vacancy rate. And then on page 82, with the same numbers, 292 and 204, it says there's 0 vacancies and 0%. So I'm just curious as to why that is. And then just under the AG's report, the AG said that on program 1, they were unable to get sufficient appropriate audit evidence for 3 out of 9 indicators. So that's just an observation that's a bit concerning. In terms of internal controls, there still seem to be a number of issues around record keeping, that there were a lot of errors, policies are poorly maintained, and you do reference policies in your AFS, but it seems to have been red flagged by the AG. Your IT is an issue, and there's a lack of consequence management. There are also 3 SIU investigations. One is procurement on behalf of the Department of Basic Education, one is on procurement on behalf of correctional services, and one is on improper conduct in respect of the Department of Justice. So those are also concerning in terms of you know, the ongoing issues around governance, I would say, of the IDT. And then on page 139, it talks to expenses. There's a medical expense there for R1,000, which seems a bit weird. External audit fees are 8 million. Legal fees are 16.995 million. Media and comms are 1.2 million, and local travel is 6 million. And I saw on your projected cash flow for the September to March 2023, there's an exceptionally high amount paid October, I think in September, October, November, particularly on travel. What on earth is warranting that sort of expenditure on travel? You know, you're talking about cash flow issues, but I'm concerned that we're spending R1 million a year, so 100,000 Rand a month on media and comms, 6 million Rand a year on local travel, 17 million on legal fees. That seems to be concerning. And then on your page on contingent liabilities, these are obviously over and above the legal fees. These are predicted costs to the IDT in terms of litigation. There are 2 figures and there's no heading, so I wasn't able to ascertain which of the 2 is a contingent liability and which is a contingent asset, or why there are 2 columns, because there's nothing about those columns that gives any indication as to what they are. And the one is indicative of 99.5 million Rand, and the other one of 194.1 million Rand. So if you could just clarify whether those are contingent liabilities and contingent assets, and which is which. Then you've got 3 regional offices that have closed and that are being housed at head office. Now, I believe that a decision was taken by the board in February to sell the building that you stay in. That currently houses the head office and 3 regional offices. You will now be looking at renting a building. I have been advised that there are already procurement irregularities around the leasing strategy that you're looking at. So whether or not that's true or not, this has been raised by a couple of people with me. So that needs to be addressed. But also, are the maintenance costs and the, you know, your organization's job is to fix buildings and to maintain. I mean, those are the 2 functions of the IDT. Why has that not happened on your own building? And to the extent that the cost of maintenance is higher than the projected cost of leasing. And it doesn't appear to me that you have costed out leasing as part of your prediction for the next sort of 6 months. So please, can you just clarify what's happening in terms of that? And then on page 159, it does speak about the ability of the entity to continue as a going concern is dependent on the shareholder for funding of operations for the period ending 31 March 2023. And the shareholder is in the process of identifying budget savings from the department's owned costs. So essentially, in order for you to remain liquid or, you know, above water, what is the word I'm looking for, be able to float, you require money, obviously, from the DPWI. I don't know if anyone from the DPWI is on here, but where are they going to take the money from? What are going to be the implications for the DPWI to keep the IDT afloat? And only 93 million was paid from the DPWI. So there was a shortfall in this last period. And what are you going to do if there remains a shortfall? And at what point do you foresee yourselves becoming financially viable? Fruitless and wasteful expenditure on page 159 indicates about 9.9 billion rand. Not 9. I apologize. Interest on telecom account was 191,000. Interest on late payment to SARS 700,000. Office rentals 480,000. Those are substantial amounts of, and those are errors. Those are mistakes that people have made. What is being done to address those? And then irregular expenditure on page 162, 10.632 million rand needs to be investigated. But it appears that there's similar expenditure in the prior year of 9.9 million that's also still under investigation. Where are we in terms of the investigation on the irregular expenditure, and when will we get feedback on that? And then we were also advised by the Auditor General that the money paid over from the DPWI on the non-state sector NPO program was less than in prior years because there were issues around contracts and compliance. Have those been addressed? What was the extent of the failure to attract the full amount that should have been paid over? And will that be addressed in the next financial year to ensure, or during this financial year, to ensure that we are creating as many work opportunities as possible? And then once again, congratulations on an outstanding result for this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Grammare, Honorable Hicklin, followed by, I don't see Honorable Tring now, followed by Honorable Tring, followed by Honorable Van Schalkwyk, Honorable Matebula, Honorable Mashele.
Thank you so much, Chair. Please, if you will excuse me, I won't put my video on. I've got such signal issues in Acacia Park this morning. I'm operating off my iPad and I can't get my video to operate at the same time. Like my colleague, Honourable Graham Murray, I want to congratulate the IDT on their achievements to date. I'm going to keep my comments very short. I know that I missed a lot of the presentation when I'd been kicked off the platform. But what I would like to actually just highlight is my concern, as has been highlighted in the part of the presentation that I was able to catch, which is a potential lack of confidence that the IDT can remain a going concern. The worry that I have is there was a lot of internal conflict, as I understand it, that made the IDT an on-again, off-again, on-again, off-again entity. I don't know whether that was a conflict within the DPWI or whether it was merely a conflict or whether it was a generalized conflict within the industry itself. So when we came into office as members of parliament, the IDT was a going concern, and then there was a move to close the IDT down, and the IDT disappeared, and now the IDT is back in operation. And you have had a very short period of time to actually get clients back on board, and well done on having made, as my colleague said, such great strides in a very short period of time. But you had to get grant funding from the DPWI in order to meet your commitments to meet your obligations in order to balance your books. So as at the end of March. But what happens if your clients don't pay? What happens if the clients don't meet their obligations? What guarantees do we have that the IDT will be able to continue to be a going concern? And that is what I think makes the IDT's ongoing ability to generate income so difficult to predict. What happens if your clients don't pay? I know this is a challenge that every business faces, but your challenges are extreme because your outlay is so high. And that is where the problem comes in. There is no safety net. Your question remains, your intentions are exceptionally good and well. How certain can the portfolio committee be that the IDT will continue to keep good records? You have been mandated now by the Auditor General that you have to investigate all the issues that caused you to have a qualified audit opinion. In order for you to not have a disclaimer, you have been ordered by the Auditor General to provide records to explain the disclaimers that you had. What guarantees does the portfolio committee have, and in fact your clients have, that you will continue to keep the records to make sure that you have qualified audits, or in fact clean audits going forward? What guarantees do your clients have that you will continue to work in their best interests? Because we had all these guarantees before that you will continue to do and work in the best interests of your clients. But there are many a slip betwixt the cup and the lip, and it didn't happen in the past. We need more concrete guarantees that you will continue on the path that you are now on, so that it doesn't become a problem in the future. We need to be assured that the leadership that you say you have now will continue and won't fall into the problem paths that we saw in the past. I'm going to leave it there, but I'm going to join Honourable Graham Marais and say congratulations on the strides that you have made to date. Thank you so much, Chair. I will leave it there.
Thank you, Honourable Hicklin. Honourable Tring.
Thank you, Chair. I have a legacy of leaving my hand raised, so I wanted to avoid that particular legacy, Chair, by lowering it as soon as I could. Chair, just on some possible housekeeping aspects that you raised, I want to ask again, and I raised this about a year ago. Is it not possible, you know, I serve on other committees, and on the Trade and Industry Committee that I serve on, what the Secretariat does there is on the day of our meeting, the link number one is actually repeated, you know, because sometimes we get the links, you know, a week or so prior to the meeting. And I know Nola did send it about a week or so ago. But what happens with some of us, you know, we are also bombarded with, you know, many emails. And so it just helps. It helps us if on the day, like with Trade and Industry, on the day of the meeting, you know that it's going to be there, the link is going to be there, as well as any updates. And sometimes there's a repetition also of the presentations. So, so that also helps. And I noticed also that the Deputy Minister seemed to have had a problem also yesterday, because I think all of the links for our meetings kind of were given one after the other on one day. So, you know, you got to kind of, you know, look between your links, and you need to have a PA also to handle your emails. But so Chair, just in terms of some housekeeping, hopefully that will actually help us with regards to going forward with the presentations. I think, like my previous colleagues, Chair, we want to commend the IDT on being able to resolve some of the disclaimer issues raised by the Auditor General within a month. Certainly, I think that it is commendable that they were able to do that, and this has resulted in an improved audit outcome. So congratulations on that. Chair, just two concerns or questions that I have. The first is around concerns when we joined this particular the committee 2019. You know, there were concerns that were raised around possible duplication of services to client departments, and some appeared to even moot or recommend rather that the functioning or the mandate of the IDT could be subsumed by other DPWI entities. Now, my simple question here is: are there any overlapping service objectives with, for example, PMTE or ISA, for example, that could possibly impede or hinder or serve as an obstruction to the work of IDT? If yes, what are these, and could you just elaborate on that? Secondly, there was some mention also that there have been delayed, some projects were delayed because of, I think the words there were construction collaborators, and others would call him construction mafia. So one, there's been that these construction collaborators or construction mafia that have been hindering some projects, as well as just community protests. Now, what plans are in place to actually mitigate this? And what are the collateral losses as a result of these delays from the construction mafia collaborators and the community projects? The community protests. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tring. Honorable Van Schalkwyk.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to the Honorable Chairperson, the members, the staff, as well as the officials of the IDT. I want to join the previous colleagues, Chairperson, in congratulating the IDT on their audit outcome and some sort of quick turnaround that they managed to do in this entity. We had faith in this entity to turn the business around, and we are glad that it's bearing fruit now, Chairperson. Chairperson, I also want to acknowledge the fact that they have a huge achievement in terms of the EPWP, where they indicated they have a 234% achievement in that regard, and it's also commendable in terms of that area. But one of my worries, Chairperson, is still, as continuously being said, what is happening to those employees after they exit the program, and do they get sufficient on-the-job training that can assist them in occupying future positions? So that's just a point of concern that I'm continuously having. Then, Chairperson, when you look at the audit outcomes from the Auditor General, it's stated that in terms of Program 1, 50% out of the 70% target that has been achieved, and the impact thereof is that the construction projects are not always completed within the agreed period, budget, and time, which leads to a large number of significantly delayed projects. And that's an area of concern. I just need to know from the IDT what they are doing to address this problem. It's already been mentioned about the expired BBBEE certificates, and it's also a concern to me. Then in terms of slide 14, Chairperson, the 0% out of the 30% target on contracts awarded to women contractors participating in the CDP is a great area of concern for me. So I want to know what is hampering them to move on this target, and what are they doing to improve on this target in future. Also, Chairperson, there's only a 10% of program expenditure on the youth contractors, and we need to see some movement in that area also. And then lastly, Chair, I want to know, does the entity have a database of women contractors which they may use, or are they engaging other entities and industry people to ensure that they get a database of women contractors for the possibility of them being used in future? I think I'll pause there. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Van Schalkwyk. Honorable Matebula.
Thank you very much, Chair. My greetings to everybody who's on the platform. Chair, let me start by saying that congratulations to IDT for the work well done. And I wish that they stay the course and move from qualified to unqualified until they get the clean audit, which should be the ultimate claim and aim. For I believe that that is possible in the next financial year. They can achieve a clean audit. So, however, I am actually worried because there is no indication whatsoever that the disclaimer that was received in the previous year or years, there is no consequences for that. I have actually indicated yesterday, because I really take very seriously the issue of a disclaimer. That the disclaimer, it doesn't just go alone. There are elements of it, and part of those elements is corruption, unauthorized expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And in some instances, when you speak disclaimer, you find that the HE comes to the entity, and then there are no proofs or no proof that is being provided for the payment that was made for a particular item or service that was provided. They may indicate that we did this, but there is no proof that such a thing does exist. So that's how disclaimer can be so serious. And now, if then we congratulate you, and without you telling us that what informed the disclaimer, and then if there were any consequence management that was meted out against those who, caused the disclaimer, it's a big work for me. But also, Chair, as we speak about the audit opinion that was received by the IDT, looking at the fruitless and wasteful expenditure and the amounts that have been incurred there as a result of this, and as well as irregular expenditures, it's another problem for me, because if they are not careful, they are likely not to stay the course, but relapse to a disclaimer. Unless there's something that is being done in fact, in order for them to do away with the two things that I have actually mentioned, because they normally form the core of the audit opinion. So now, if this is not addressed, there's one of the elements that can lead them to relapse or, to stay the course. We might see them going back where they were before. And lastly, Chair, I see that there's money spent on litigations. Now, I want to establish with the IDT, as far as litigation is concerned, were you litigating against or were you defending matters? If it is so, on board of the issues that are against and for, may we please be provided with an information with regard to, the litigations? Because I'm saying this because it does happen in some instances that as entities, you become, careless in dealing with issues. And you end up being litigated against and you lose such cases. And after that, no one takes responsibility. So it is for that reason that I'm asking the reasons behind the litigations and the amounts of money that have been spent. That if there is a particular warm body that was involved in making errors deliberate, and such person should not be paid for by the entity, but that person must pay from his or her personal coffer or coffers. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Matebula. Honorable Mashele.
Chair, thank you very much. I think let me congratulate IDT for the sterling work. If we look back from where they come from disclaimers to where they are now, they should be congratulated. We must appreciate when good things are done. As members of this committee, when we came in, we fought with the department at a particular point. They wanted to dissolve them. And where we are today, we are happy, Chair. Chair, without the reputation, let me say, ours as the committee will want to see improvement from where they are. And I think we must not be too hard on them, but at the same time, we want results. I think I want to join my colleagues who spoke in particular on the issue of their targets, how their failure in the issue of women and youth. It's an area of concern to some of us. Their EPWP, they must also indicate and show to us how they are going to skill these people who participate on the EPWP program. Chair, the board must also tell us how they are going to make sure that they don't regress from where they are. But otherwise, Chair, let me agree with those who spoke before me. We congratulate them and we also commend them not to regress from where they are. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mashele. Let me again appreciate the report that has been presented to us and echo what my colleagues have said, that we're really proud of what IDT has done. I think it is for the first time that we see a clear report being presented by IDT, an annual report, looking from where IDT is coming from. I think as this portfolio committee, we're really proud that we fought for the survival of IDT. Knowing full well that this board came in July 2021, the acting CEO in August 2021, and looking at what has been achieved, it really shows that we have a winning team here. given the time, they can really turn around this entity. Previously, IDT as one of the entities that was working so hard, one of the things that we were good at, it was maintaining and construction. And they were doing that in many cases on behalf of this department. But we have seen from the reports that we have received that the department on its own, it's difficult for them to give issue of jobs to IDT. We want IDT to be self-sustainable. So DM, I think we've said this several times, for IDT to be self-sustainable and not depend on the grants that you are providing to it. Give jobs to IDT. We all know that Public Works, one of its weaknesses is the issue of maintenance. So if then that maintenance job is given to IDT, one of your entities as the department, I think we can see a lot of improvement, not a maintenance done because something has happened, the reactive approach that is being currently done. So mine would be appreciating what has been done, knowing full well where it is coming from, and again, understanding that the audit opinion that has been given by Auditor General to this entity, it also reflects what has been previously done when you were not part of this entity, but appreciating that where you are, hoping that you will move further, more improvement in the future. And then I will be very harsh when I know that you have performed for an entire year, and then I would be very, very harsh. But I agree with all what my colleagues have said. Over to you, Acting Chair and your team. Thank
you. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. I think there's overall themes which through the Deputy Minister, I may just give back to the team. Maybe on my side, the issues that are more strategic and board related are firstly, the issue around the chairperson of the board, which I will also hand over to our Deputy Minister to finalize. So on our side, this went through the Board of Trustees, and the Board of Trustees did look at the King Code and at least get some guidance from the Company Secretariat in terms of whether this is something that's done. And when one thinks of King Code, there's sometimes the role of acting chairperson, for instance. So it is not something that is not done. And given the experience of the current acting CEO and having served as an executive at the IDT, the board, and there was absolutely no leadership. So there was no one at the top tier level at the IDT or second tier level who could steer the ship as the acting CEO. So we then made a proposal to the department for the chairperson to step down as the chairperson whilst she remains a trustee and act as an acting CEO. And I believe that the results of that have shown themselves in the last six months. But I will allow the Deputy Minister to touch further on our thinking there. The other theme is on reconfiguration and whether we can give certainty on the sustainability of the IDT. I think we have been motivated by the idea that the IDT will break even and the IDT will be sustainable in the future. And that is primarily on two things. I'm not sure if I see new hands. That is primarily would be driven by new projects, which we already have, but Clarinda had already articulated, and she will also touch on it when she touches on the financial, that there is a slight lag between the projects and then starting to see the management fee coming through the financial statements. So we are hopeful, and we're well within our way on the reconfiguration, or at least to ensuring that the entity is sustainable. And again, I will hand over our DM to also touch on the reconfiguration, which she had done in her opening remarks. The details on travel, investigations, litigations, and the buildings, I will allow the management team to take that. So Deputy Minister, through you, I think you may be able to answer some of the strategic questions.
Well, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Acting Chair. I think the reason why the Chair had asked you, Acting Chair, is because she knows that I normally say people must answer, then I will come and clarify whatever I feel has not been clarified. And I think the same approach I would employ it even today. If the executive managers could go to their areas, respond to them, and then I will come back last. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, DM, for that clarity and the direction. I think we can certainly do, as Team IDT, respond on the various questions that have been raised. Through you, Chairperson, I will start, and then I will also allow my colleagues, the CFO and the executive responsible for the corporate services unit, to also respond on some of the other questions, especially in areas relating to themselves. I think I'm going to start with, I'm going to take them in the order that they were asked, and I will start with Honorable Graham Murray, whose questions were mainly around the financials in the main, and of course, wherein the CFO will respond to those ones at a later stage. But I'll start with the ones that are non-financial. I think the first one was around the consequence management on the SIU investigations and on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And there is a theme, Honorable Chair, that has been resonating amongst all the honorable members. And I think it is a theme that we need to give attention to as the IDT, and not to say that we have not started with it. I think within all fairness, we will have to generate a report that talks to these investigations and vis-a-vis the disciplinary hearings that have been ongoing. I can report that in certain instances we have released employees who were found to have transgressed in various areas. So in terms of consequence management, it is an ongoing process, and it is a process that is being taken seriously by the IDT without any fear or favor. And it is something that we are continuously following up on in terms of all the cases that are within the entity. The next question around the non-state sector, the EPWP program and the sustainability thereof. We do acknowledge that previously the program was done on a year-to-year basis. And I think that on its own had its own problems. And looking forward and having a better outlook on this program, we have decided to advertise it on a two-year period. And we have been in discussions with, obviously, the shareholder being the DPWI, in order to relook at this model, probably looking at it for between a 3 to 5 year period. And just this talks to the sustainability thereof. And I think Honorable Mashele also mentioned the same concern in terms of how do we make sure that beyond the year that these particular NPOs have participated, they remain sustainable. And I think the model should be revisited such that at first, like I'm mentioning, we are doing it on a 2-year period. Going forward, whilst we're doing it on a 2-year period, we will then relook at the model to probably a 3 to 5 year sustainable period. And yes, it is true that previously there was a shortfall in expenditure, and that was mainly around the expenditure on the PPE, and it was in line with what had happened when National Treasury had to put certain tenders on hold during that period, which affected those particular tenders on the PPE. So there was money that was returned, or funds that were not used and were returned to the department. And there is a breakdown of how much those funds are. I think it is to the tune of about 64 million vis-a-vis a budget of 1.2 million that was just over R1 billion that was spent on this program in the under reporting. I will also ask at a later stage, I'll ask the executive CSU just to respond on the building tender, and also to respond on the vacancies and on the work that they're doing in terms of the audit on the vacancies. I think there was also a question around who is the company secretariat, and there is a company secretariat within the IDT by the name of Ms. Masesi Kotu, and she is there in that position. I'll then move on to questions that were raised by Honorable Hickland, and I think again a very important question in terms of the client commitment and how sure are we that outside of the grant we will remain sustainable. Honorable Hickland, we have put in place or revised our contracting model, which contracting model has looked at the 7 stages in line with the IDMS, and in terms of how do we then claim in line with those 7 stages in the form of tranche payments. And we have strengthened, and I think even in the presentation earlier on, I mentioned that we have created time-barred clauses within our contracts, which initially were not there, and which left a lot of room for error. And again, it speaks to some of the litigations that we have in place when you look at the litigation report that Honorable Matebula raised, to say, what are the litigations all about? It probably starts with our own contracting model, Honorable Matebula, and this is what we've worked around the clock to fix together with our client departments, so that they understand the implications of them not taking decisions timelessly, and of them not effecting payments to the IDT timelessly. So we've relooked at those particular contracts and service level agreements. We have signed contracts that we believe strongly will assist greatly in making sure that payments are processed on time, from the client departments to the IDT, and from the IDT to the various service providers. Because even if you look at the majority of litigations and what those litigations refer to, in the main, it refers to late payment of service providers, which I think we can all agree that it is a deal breaker in this particular industry. The guarantees to clients and the portfolio committee on good governance, I'll allow the CFO to respond on that in terms of what plans we have in place to make sure that we don't fall short of the good governance that you have raised, Honorable Hitler. I'll move on to the next one. I think it was Honorable Trini, if I'm not mistaken, and I hope that I'm pronouncing it correctly, Chair. The construction mafia and the losses thereof. I think these we can agree that it is great. It is great losses, but we are not sitting back and folding our arms and crying wolf as the IDT. We are actually steaming right ahead and saying that these will not come between us and implementation of projects. We have in the process reviewed our stakeholder management strategy. We will be advertising in the near future, and I stand to be corrected, it should be in this particular month, for stakeholder management entities to assist with the stakeholder management and to beef up on the team that we already have. We have also taken our program managers responsible in more on the social side for stakeholder management training, so that they can assist. Because if you look at the EPWP program, especially the 9-state sector, it talks greatly to how we engage communities, how we interact with communities, and how communities get involved in our various programs. So our take is that the similar approach that we have taken in the non-state sector should be the same with the construction or the built environment side of things, wherein we take these, I want to say, business forums, for lack of a better word, on board when we start with projects. We should not wait until a project is about to start and we are surprised. So from the minute we conceptualize a project to the part where we do tender briefings, we should be taking our stakeholders on board so that they become part of this process and they know upfront what the 30% means to them and how they get involved. We do acknowledge that there are criminal activities that obviously manifest within the projects, wherein people disguise as business forums and then demands all sorts of, or make all sorts of demands that are outside the reach of the contractor or the professional team or even the implementing agents. And those are elements that we should report to the various authorities to make sure that we do away with them. Because with all respect, Honorable Trini, there are some local communities that have got a legitimate claim to these projects in terms of getting involved and getting the necessary training and making sure that they participate within the space. We have also made sure that Honorable Fanskave, that in conceptualizing these projects, we have brought in the CIDB, who is currently assisting us with the BUILD program, which is a new program that involves training and development on the various construction projects. We have also involved our sister Agrima SA in terms of the alternative building technology, wherein we're looking at alternative building technology, but technology that is labor intensive in terms of the erection of various structures, especially in the sanitation space. We have also looked at, or we will be advertising the next phase of the contractor development program, which contractor development program, Honorable Fanskak, they will talk to the participation of youth-owned entities. We'll talk to the participation of women-owned entities. We'll talk to the participation of entities that are owned by people who are living with disabilities, so that they are also included in the space. So those programs that I'm referring to, the ABT is already up and running in KZN. The BUILD program has been included in all our tender documents going forward as a prerequisite in tendering within the IDT. And the CDP program should also be coming out during the course of this month. And I'm happy to report that it has already started in Mpumalanga. And as a test case, we will be using it on about 150 plus schools that will be going through maintenance, the maintenance program or the repairs and renovations program. And the budget for those schools is just over 250 million. So we are in moving right along in terms of making sure that we're saying what we mean, and we are putting that into implementation. We also looked at, okay, one of the questions also asked was the duplication of services by the various DPWI entities. And I think I'll allow the colleagues at DPWI to also clarify on that. But there is work that we are participating in, which work has been led by the Honorable Minister and DM, where we are finding alignment within all these entities. So it is work in progress. I think at a point in time, there might have been unintended duplication, but we have picked up on it, and there is work that is currently underway to make sure that we all know what we should be delivering on. I would like to stop there for now, Honorable Chair, and hand over to our CFO to answer the financial side, and then after that we'll allow our executive CSU to answer on the questions that were posed in that area. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Makafane, and to you, Chair, and honorable members. Okay, I'll start off with the first questions relating to record keeping policies, ICT being an issue as raised by the AG. With regard to record keeping, we have developed policies to address proper record keeping. We are looking at a system to implement to assist us as well, especially when it comes to the decentralized nature of the IDT business. You need some sort of an automated system to actually maintain or secure your documentation instead of keeping it manual, because when it's manual, it's subject or prone to, not being filed or being lost, etc. So we are looking at those avenues, but in the meantime, we are in the process of compiling a policy that directs staff on how to ensure proper record keeping, to ensure that every transaction that's recorded in the accounting records is supported with supporting documentation. Then on policies, yes, indeed, we had not reviewed or updated policies for many, many years. It's been a contentious issue with the AG for a couple of years. So we have subsequently updated, I think it's all the HR policies. They have gone through the HR committee and the board for approval. We have now, during this quarter, updated the finance policies, including the SEM policies that will be tabled at the Audit and Risk Committee and the board this quarter. That should address the AG findings on issues regarding record keeping and not updating policies and procedures. Then with regard to the IT environment, it has been an issue in that we are non-compliant from a governance perspective. So the IT governance frameworks are not in place, and the relevant operational committees like your ICT steering committee were not in place. Those committees are essential to support operational decision making and also to give assurance to the executive and the board that the IT decisions being made, systems being implemented, etc., are compliant with the requirements of proper IT governance. So we are busy compiling the ICT governance framework. It is an issue that was reported in the management letter. So the ICT governance framework, from there, we'll have the investment strategy that talks to the different systems that we want to implement, which will be aligned back to the budget and the funds available to actually assist us in implementing key critical systems, not the nice to have ones, but the critical ones that will help us ensure proper record keeping and complete and accurate financial reports. Then, Chair, there was a question on the issue of 1,000 Rand. Okay, so that relates to the purchase of a first aid kit. So it's a requirement in terms of health and safety standards. So that's what the 1,000 Rand on page 139 relates to. Then there was an issue of travel. So the travel is quite high because we are an implementing agent. We have a lot of program managers, a lot of program implementation managers that oversee projects that are under construction. So the travel relates to that particular activity. And with the increase of the growth in the business, and with the fact that now the regulations have been relaxed when it comes to COVID, there's more travel when it comes to overseeing or oversight over projects. So hence the increase in the travel expenditure there, or the SNT. Okay. So it's just a note that we have about 2,000 projects. So it's quite a lot of project management that we do that necessitates frequent visits to the project sites. And then when it comes to comms expenses, it relates to printing of your annual report, your APP, annual performance plan publications. So IDT is in the process of improving its public relations in communities. It's part of our board strategy for communications. So hence the expenditure that's reflected there. And then program expenditure supports revenue. If our program contracts are not awarded, we will not be a going concern, and then we're reliant on grant funding. So we estimate that not next financial year, but the following financial year, if one looks at our MTF projections, we should be able to break even with the increase in the program expenditure, which increases our management fee. And therefore, with the increased management fee, it should be able to cover our operational expenditure. So not next year, but the following year. That's according to the MTF budget that was submitted, approved, and also communicated to the department. Hence the assistance from the department this year with the 73 million government funding, just to assist us in closing the gap between the revenue shortfall to cover the operational expenditure. Then there was another issue on contingent liabilities. So the two figures, one for the current year, 2022 is 99.5, and then the prior year is 194 million. So those are contingent liabilities. They are not contingent assets. So the standard actually encourages against recognizing contingent assets, because it's very rare that you'll actually get any cash inflows coming from contingent assets. So it's contingent liabilities. Okay, so it's, for example, where your suppliers are challenging the IDT, either because we are paying them late, where we are waiting for client departments to transfer the funds to us, and hence suppliers become agitated and then challenge the IDT. Or in some cases, it's due to poor performance by your suppliers. So that is assessed and picked up by project managers. And then obviously they challenge suppliers, and then the suppliers challenge IDT. So it's cases against the IDT that the IDT is defending. Okay, so the issue of the shareholder funding, I don't think it's appropriate. I don't know I think the DPWI will touch on that one, but it was a governance process that was followed, where the IDT, starting with the MTF calculations and the MTF projections, we gave some insight into the shortfall between our management fee and our operational expenditures. So on that basis, then we follow a governance process with the department, with Treasury, to actually get the department to assist us with closing the gap and giving us financial assistance. So the department cannot give us any money without Treasury approving any virements from their side. So I think the department can talk to the detail around which programs were able to transfer money and assist the IDT in remaining sustainable for the current year, meaning to be able to meet our expenses as and when they fall due, because with just a management fee alone, based on social infrastructure and EPWP, it's not sufficient. Okay, and the issue on fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Yes, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, irregular expenditure has been recorded in the IDT books for the past couple of years. There's been no, in terms of the PFMA, the Treasury regulations, there's specific processes one needs to follow to actually investigate, to determine the root cause for the fruitless and wasteful irregular. Was there any deliberate attempt to circumvent supply chain regulations, etc.? And once that those processes are followed, which basically, I know we use the word loosely, it's called an investigation. Once that investigation is done, then obviously the outcome of that investigation should give a recommendation as to whether it was maybe just an oversight, somebody was negligent, or it was deliberate. And then the relevant sanctioning or consequence management is recommended. So that hasn't been done. Okay, so I think to some extent it's also been reported by the AG. We haven't followed that process in years. Okay, so I think it's because of inadequate capacity internally at IDT, no risk management division. We've just recently appointed a risk management manager who, in terms of segregation of duties, needs to actually take over the process of investigating, but obviously to ensure that there's some independence and objectivity and fairness in the process, we are in the process of outsourcing all the investigations related to fruitless and wasteful and irregular expenditure. So now with the risk manager on board, we can do that. In the past, we could not do it because finance, supply chain cannot detect, or let's start with, they cannot prevent irregular, fruitless and wasteful when people are circumventing or colluding. They cannot detect, they cannot report and at the same time investigate. There must be segregation of duties. So I myself as CFO and my team cannot institute an investigation into irregular, fruitless and wasteful and then assist with recommendations on who should be disciplined or whatever consequence management should be applied. It's an independent process. It's also governed by the PFMA and the Treasury regulations. But that initiative and that process has started with the newly appointed risk manager. So I'm sure the next time we report back to Portfolio Committee, we'll be able to give an update on the status in that regard. Okay, I think there were a couple of more. Just looking at my notes, apologies. Okay, so the issue about the confidence of IDT not being a going concern. We prepare an MTF annually, and obviously the management fee that we generate, the basis for that calculation of the budget for management fees based on your program expenditure. So we got confirmed projects that are currently underway that basically to some extent most of them multi-year projects. And then we have projects where we know we're targeting new business, and then we plan accordingly as to when we will be seeing an inflow of cash coming from new business during the respective financial years. So those amounts are taken into account when we start budgeting for the MTF, meaning for this year, for next year, and for the outer year. So when we look at the MTF, and with the fact that we've projected and planned to secure more business, we are targeting to have at least over 6 billion, 6.6 billion in projects or programs that we will have running or confirmed by 23-24, not next financial year, the following year. So in the following year, the outer year, the third year, we should, or we anticipate in terms of the MTF to break even. So until that happens, we are reliant on the department just to cover the shortfall. But I must say that if you look at the grant funding that we received from the department last year, it was 93 million. This year it's 73 million. So it's continuously decreasing. If you go back for at least 5 years, you see it decreasing. And it's decreasing because IDT is putting in every effort to remain sustainable. So we put in effort to collect all debts that are due to us. As I mentioned, at the end of March, we had a huge outstanding debtor balance. It went from 40 million down to 14 million because of our concerted effort to collect what is due to us, so that we have some cash flow, so that we can, to some extent, at some point, try and cut the umbilical cord, with the shareholder. So that's where we are going. But if the situation improves prior to the outer year, obviously, we'll report that back to Portfolio Committee. If we are able, with the new contracting model, which is a more smart in terms of the capital SMART, smarter principle towards generating revenue on your project management, where you start generating revenue or income from the first milestone, similar to your EPWP, not 6 months into starting the project, where a client can pull out after 6 months once you've invested time in procurement processes, etc. And you lose that time, you lose that money, and you're paying employees or staff salaries to conduct supply chain processes, to manage projects. And then after 6 months, a client can just cancel. So with the contracting model now being revised, it secures income from the first milestone, similar to your EPWP. So we are actually, what can I say, more optimistic that we'll see there wouldn't be a lag in the generation of cash or cash inflow coming to the organization. It's going to be commensurate with the start of a project, which will improve. So as I say, when we revise the MTF during the course of next year, we might have a different position where we might not be so reliant on the department as we are currently are reliant, but I must just qualify that and say the reliance is decreasing annually because we want to be independent. We are a Schedule 2. We want to be independent and not be reliant. So there was another question on the guarantees. Okay, so with the guarantees, okay, so GTEC, that's assisting us with the reconfiguration. They performed the due diligence as part of the reconfiguration exercise. And program portfolio expenditure was identified as the key driver for sustainability, as well as ceilings for fixed costs. So in other words, our fixed costs, one of them being your salaries, it's the biggest expense under operational expense, and it's fixed. The most, staff are there permanently. They're not on a, they're not there for 2 or 3 months, so they are fixed. So those are the sort of fixed costs and contract-driven operational expenditure costs that are fixed. So we need to really look at those and take stock of them and see where we can implement austerity measures, which we do currently. We basically cut to the bone currently. There's not much, left for the nice to haves or the luxuries. But going forward, we will take stock of further cost containment measures we can implement where necessary. For example, like it was mentioned on the legal costs, on travel. With the legal costs, we currently pay for legal fees. It's not our projects. Clients, it's a client project, but you find suppliers challenging the IDT. And then IDT needs to basically compensate attorneys that we use to defend us. So going forward, we've got a model in place, and it's also included in the new contract that we've developed or compiled, where if the fault lies with the client department, for example, in delaying to transfer the funds so that we can compensate or remunerate suppliers, then the client must carry the legal fee costs. But if it's the other way around, where IDT is at fault and the project managers are delaying in terms of their management over the project, or they are delaying in terms of poor quality management over the project, then obviously IDT needs to carry that cost, and then there should be an investigation and the necessary consequence management applied, and obviously reporting of those sort of non-compliances at a governance committee level, at the EXCO level, at a MENCO level. But currently we are in the process of automating a model that allows us to actually claim the legal fees from the client. So the legal fee costs currently that we see, it should go down in the next, towards the end of this year and also next year, because we'll be recovering from the department. We should not be incurring or carrying the costs of legal fees for client departments, because it's not our projects. If they delay to transfer the money to us, it's not our fault. We should not be sued and carry those legal fees. So that is the plan. So we've identified various areas where IDT can recover costs, right, that we are carrying that are not our costs. And it should decrease your operational expenditure, and it should also improve the bottom line going forward and make us more self-sustainable. Yeah, so I don't know if there's any other questions. Okay, so I agree fully with the comments around the disclaimer. If we do not address fruitless and wasteful irregular expenditures, so those investigations are prioritized, and the risk manager, we've sat with the risk manager, and we've handed over the list of irregular expenditures, fruitless and wasteful. And as mentioned, we will outsource and get an independent investigator to investigate. It's only fair, and it will promote transparency as well and reduce any conflict or animosities internally. And then with regard to the litigations, I did mention that it's against the IDT. We will provide detail on the litigations together with the amounts. And I did mention the 2 root causes. Sometimes it's poor, it's linked to project management, poor performance by the suppliers, then they challenge us, and then also the client departments are challenged themselves, where they delay, they don't comply with the 30-day turnaround time for paying. So they themselves are non-compliant. So those are I think the issues or the questions I can respond on, Chairperson, and then I'll hand over to the Exec Corporate Services just to talk to the vacancy rate and other issues related to HR. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CFO. Good afternoon. Good morning. It's still good morning. Good morning, Chairperson, Deputy Minister, honorable members. I'm going to respond to two questions mainly. One was around the vacancy rate and also around the issue of the building. Chair, with that, we do acknowledge that there is a misalignment in relation to that. However, there are things that we have been doing at the background in relation to the auditing of the current vacancy rate and also the auditing of the employees itself in order to try and check if we do have some ghost employees that are currently going on. That is actually the process that we're currently dealing with. In addition to that, in a lot in terms of the presentation, there has been comments around the reconfiguration and also obtaining the pre-required skill set. So that is part and parcel of what we have been trying to do in order to have the clearer understanding as to what are we standing on right now and moving into the future. What is it that we're looking for? There's a mini skills audit that we've been doing in line with what we had requested that we would do. So that would actually be corrected going into the future, because at least we would know exactly the figures that we are looking at. And going into the issue of the building, at the moment, the building tender is in progress, so there isn't much that one can comment on without the process have actually ended. So the process is still ongoing at the moment with regards to the building tender. Thank you very much, Chair.
DM, is this not your time now?
It's Adam's time now.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Adam Ditiji.
Thank you so much, DM, and good morning to Chairperson and honorable members. Chairperson, I want to make our input as a department shareholder on the question raised by Honorable Graimare, and it was also raised by Honorable Heckling on the issues of grant funding to meet the obligations of IDT to balance its book. Honorable Graimare was asking about our role in terms of identifying money to support the IDT. What I want to indicate here, Honorable Chair, is that the department as a shareholder, we view this entity as a going concern, which need to be supported in this current state for its sustainability. So the department had to sort of, try to look into its own budget or baseline to see how best to support this entity. Because in terms of the treasury requirements, there was no budget which is earmarked to support this entity for this financial year and so forth. So we're not having a transfer budget earmarked for IDT. So we advised to look into a baseline and see how best to support this requirement, and we're able to do so. Internally, we had the budget management committee that deals with these issues, which look into all the aspects of budget utilization across the programs and economic classifications. So we're able to do so based on the request which was made by the entity. They made a request for an amount of 70 million for now. Initially, it was around 98 million, but it was scaled down to 70 million when we look into the remainder of financial year. So what we're able to do, Chairperson, we're able to go to various programs, and we're able to identify this money of 70 million to see how best to support IDT. So doing that, we had to sort of consult National Treasury to sort of, have a concurrence with us to utilize that money. So we got that confirmation from National Treasury to utilize this 70 million, which was seen as a saving on our part. In terms of the programs, Chairperson, there were some sub-programs where there were projected savings for this current financial year. For instance, in the PMT itself, we identify around 60.6 million, which can be used for this purpose. Almost 1 million for money to assist organization for preservation of national memorials, like your Commonwealth. And in the prestige accommodation and state functions, we managed to identify 2.8 million. And ultimately in the Parliamentary Villages Management Board, there was a saving of 5.8 million. So all those amounts, they were totaling to 70 million, which we earmarked to support IDT until end of financial year. So what we did in this current month, Chairperson, we're able to transfer around 23 million, because we do this by projections month by month to support the entity. So that was done. The second area which I want to respond to, Chairperson, is the question which was raised by, I'm sure it's Honorable Matebula. I'm trying to check that question, just hold for me. Or it's basically the question raised by the Chairperson, where the Chairperson was indicating a difficulty by the department to give jobs to IDT to sustain them, so that they be able to sort of, create jobs. The progress in this one, Chairperson, is that the department, through our CPM branch, the branch that deal with construction project management, they were able to look into our project book and consulted the Deputy Minister and the Minister in terms of this portfolio, with a view to check how best to share our portfolio with the implementing agents, not only IDT, also DPSA, and also KUGA. So, and also to analyze their performance in the past projects that were given to them. So that meeting took place last month, where an analysis was done around that, and also to see how best to look into the current portfolio for this current financial year to see how best to apportion that. So what I can indicate for IDT is that by last week, we're finalizing the protocol, this is the MOA with them, just to sort of clarify roles and responsibilities and to apportion some of the portfolio to them. So I should think by this week, this matter will be concluded, so that we'll be able to share that portfolio with IDT to execute for this financial year. I should think this aspect was well managed, and it was done in the professional manner, and also analyzing the ability of the entity to deliver what we have. So that's what I can say from my side, Chairperson, and also maybe at the technical side, dealing with the issues which was raised about the issues of the acting CEO, who was a board member and ultimately being an acting CEO and so forth. Here, what I can comment from the support side in the department as a support to the shareholder is that what we know is that there was a consultation around this matter, a thorough consultation about this after the new board was appointed, to see how best to strengthen the governance of the entity, also at the administrative side. And there was a resolution which was passed by the board in this regard, in terms of their deeds of trust, to support the movement by the board member to be an acting CEO. I should think what we're informed during that time when consultation was happening was that the acting CEO will be inactive on the board affairs, because now she'll be on the administrative wing. I should think this has been demonstrated. So she became part and parcel of the administrative component to strengthen the management around this. And this was also informed by a corporate knowledge for the entity, because this incumbent as a board member also work at the management level of the entity. So, and we're also informed that those arrangements, they will affect the acting CEO not to receive any honorarium, I mean, in terms of the board fees and so forth. So that's what we're informed. And the issues of duplication of functions was also a big issue which the Deputy Minister addressed in our interface with entities around 2019, where we interacted with all the CEOs of our entities, including our professional councils, the registrars in particular, where we're also dealing with the issue of duplications with a view to see how best to have all these entities have a convergence in terms of supporting the mandate of public works. This was a big issue which was discussed, and is also an ongoing matter in our interface with entities to ensure that we have integrated approach planning in terms of dealing with the affairs of our entities. So I'll pause there, Chairperson. I should think I went at length, but trying to put context into the areas affecting the shareholder. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Now, thanks, Chair. I think all the responses have been provided. Mine is to round up by first indicating that there's the relationship between our entities. The decision by the minister to kind of have a particular focus on the entities and assigning myself the responsibility to do that oversight. I think we are now beginning to see and realize the fruit. In that, there's a golden thread that straddles between our entities, which talks to them collaborating in their work to ensure that they each support each other in the areas of need. And that is why you will find that the IDT is working with CIDB in identification of companies owned by women. Just that a little example, we have pushed them to a point where they now are able as entities to advise each other and also support each other. And therefore, for me, the issue of us rocking the boat, because I know that this decision, when we were saying it is either we close this entity or we deal with it in another form, but it can't continue like this. It was a decision informed by the various reports dating back to the financial year 2011-12. We're almost a decade now with them, especially with the IDT in a kind of precarious position. And therefore, that decision has helped because it has moved everyone, members included, IDT itself, the departmental officials, the executive, which is cabinet of the country. Everybody became concerned and everybody paid attention, which is now what we are realizing, that it has shaken the tree and made us see the tree for what it is. And we also, in choosing the board, we truly made a thorough check and background checks on the members of the board, so that we assure that the kind of leadership that will be provided to the entity is the kind of leadership that will be able to take us forward and to take the entity forward in the work that the entity is responsible for. All these entities have their mandate in legislation. And therefore there is no real, there was a question about conflict. There can't be conflict because each has got their mandate cut out clear, both in legislation and in policies. My last point would be on, I think Adam has also clarified the issue of the acting chair, that the law and the principles of good governance as espoused in the King 4 and 5 reports, they clearly indicate the acting CEO, current acting CEO, when she was released by the board to be the acting CEO, that process was followed in terms of the prescripts and in terms of the principles of good governance. So there can't be truth in saying she's doubling up. She's released by the board to perform a specific function as a CEO, pending the ultimate appointment of a CEO, which process also is already far advanced. By now, it should be on its way to cabinet. Remember, the CEOs and the boards now must be approved by cabinet and for cabinet to satisfy themselves of the quality of people and the capacity of the board itself, the representativity and the skills needed in a particular board. And therefore, that process is almost complete now, and we're going to cabinet for it. So there's again no conflict of interest, because the functions performed by the acting CEO now are those of an acting CEO, not of a chair, because there's an acting chair. I thought that I needed to just round up those issues and indicate that we really work hard to ensure that these entities live up to their mandate, which is why they exist. Because if they don't live up to their mandate, why must we keep them? And that was the spirit, and I think that spirit has helped, because now everybody has paid attention, and there is the kind of progress we are seeing at IDT. And thanks to the honorable members for that drive as well, because also on their part, just the probing questions as well as the comments make one to think deeper and to have foresight. And also at times they help even clear the blind spot that one would not have realized. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you, acting chair of the board, Mr. Tumi, Mr. Chris, Ms. Naledi, CEO, CFO, and all those who responded on the questions and comments raised by the members of the portfolio committee. DDG and Deputy Minister also in coming in where the board and the entity could not come in. We really appreciate such explanations because they give light to what we felt is a gray area. We really appreciate that. In the absence of further questions, let me appreciate the time that has been spent by the entity and DM and your team in presenting to us such a detailed report. We also appreciate that after so many years, the entity has presented such a report to us as this portfolio committee. It's not going to be easy, but we really appreciate that at least it's clear where you're going to. We are supposed to have a briefing, get a briefing from ASA, and that we're supposed to get it at 12:30. So we will no longer be getting it at 12:30. We'll take a break for 30 minutes, then come back at 12:10. 12:10. We'll get a break now, come back at 12:10, and then deal with Agrima SA. Thank you, honorable members. Let's take that, let's adjourn for 30 minutes and come back at 10:00.
Chair.
Yeah.
Sorry, just some logistics on my side. I've got
Recording
load shedding,
stopped.
so I'm going to log off and then try and log back. I'm trying to save battery, so.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Chair, I'm going to log off as well because I'm going to try and log on my desk-based system again instead of on my iPad.
Yes, please, at 12:10, we want you here. We will
Thanks,
be dealing
Chair.
with your favorite entity.
100%. Thank you, Chair.
for that occasion. And I think that with all the other industry captains who were there, as well as Agroma staff, that was well appreciated then that you do have the interests of Agroma South Africa at heart, the work that we are doing, and we do take into account all the positive criticism so that we are able to improve on the delivery of our mandate. Chairperson and colleagues, I am here with the team from Agroma South Africa, and may I just introduce first officially the CEO, Mr. Richard Somanje. And Richard started off as the official CEO this year. He was a former CFO, and having moved from being a CFO to CEO, the position of CFO became vacant. And I'm pleased that we did appoint also the CFO, and the CFO is Ms. Lebogang Madumo, who is also with us. So if I can just request the two just to show up their faces, CEO and the CFO, just before we start. Thank you. Those are the colleagues, the CEO and the CFO. And CFO, I'm sure that this is your first meeting with the Portfolio Committee, and we'll be looking forward to your presentation on financials. Thank you. CEO, may I request that you project the presentation?
I'm still disabled. I can't be able to. Oh, yeah, now I'm able to. Thank you. Chair, you let me know if you're able to see.
Yeah, you can put it on slideshow. All right, okay, then move on to the next slide. All right, okay, thanks, CEO. Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee and the DM. This is the overview of our presentation of the annual report for 2021-2022. Just for the sake and the purpose for everyone to be on the same page, we are just going to start off by reiterating our mandates and what are the Agroma South Africa requirements, so that at least we understand and reiterate the purpose and the mandate of Agroma South Africa. We will then ask the CEO to take us through the alignment of the National Development Plan, the National Growth Plan, and the Medium-Term Strategic Framework, and how the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, their strategic outcomes and government priorities, how do they align with Agroma South Africa? And just to give us a picture of the Agroma South Africa board, and then we'll go into our vision, mission, and our values. And then we'll start off to deal with the audit report for 2021-2022 and zooming into the non-financial performance information as well as the financial information. So I'm going to take you through the mandates and the Agroma South Africa requirements, and then I'll hand over to the CEO to take us through the strategy of the organization and the alignment to the strategic outcomes, then define and deal with the non-financial performance information. Then the CFO will then take us through the financial performance. Thanks, CEO. Honorable members, I just want to spend a few minutes just to sort of highlight the mandate of Agroma South Africa, which comes in 5 bullets. The first and foremost mandate, right, of this organization is for us to actually provide specifiers, and specifiers could be the government, it could be any of the contractors. We need to provide them with assurance that the products that they are using are fit for purpose. And these products, our focus is on non-standardized construction products. Non-standardized in the sense that there are no South African standards related to these products. So where there are no South African standards, we then have to assure any end user that these products are fit for purpose. These products, they comply with the necessary national building regulations. So that's the first mandate, is actually providing that assurance. So how do we do that? We have got to assess the products and certify these products and ensure that they do comply to the necessary building regulations. That's number one. Number two, the mandate of this organization is for us to be able to support and promote the process of integrated socio-economic development. Right? How do we actually support and promote process of integrated socio-economic development? Through supporting our SMMEs to certify their products, through directly or indirectly contributing to job creation within the space of innovative building construction, but on the broader space of the construction industry and the built environment. The third one is for us to support and promote the introduction and use of certified non-standardized construction. So here now we are now talking about this promotion, and this is possibly where we have taken the advice and the positive criticism that was coming from the portfolio committee members to say, we are not promoting enough, we are not actually there. And it is also within our mandate which says we must be able to support and promote this interest. So during the presentation, I'm sure that the CEO is also going to highlight how we intend and how we are doing in this current financial year. And DM has also illustrated that there are a number of activities that we are doing to promote the introduction and usage of these non-standardized construction products. And number five is also, number four talks about supporting policymakers in minimizing risk associated with the use of these products. And we are aware that as soon as you start to introduce a new product, there is a risk associated with it. We are not saying that a new product is going to perform 100% in accordance to what you have assessed and what you've certified. But to what extent do we actually contribute and support the policymakers and advise them then that this specific product is associated with this type of risks, and how do you manage that risk so that at least we can reduce failure of any products that are associated. And when we look at bullet number 3 and bullet number 4, this is where we also now talk about introduction of new products. And when we talk about new products, and this is where Agroma South Africa is saying now, in order for us to be sustainable, not only today, but tomorrow, 10 years and 20 years, we must be able to introduce new other products. And this is where our vision, together with the shareholder, comes into play in terms of introducing these eco-label initiatives, introducing green star rating of innovative building technologies. And last but not least, we must be an impartial and internationally acknowledged center for assessment and confirmation of these fit-for-purpose products. And how are we going to be able to do that? We must also do relevant, pragmatic research that is addresses the mandate of Agroma South Africa. We must be able to partner with certain local as well as international organizations so that whatever we do must also be acknowledged in South Africa as well as internationally. So that is where we actually need to be able to make relevant products. Yes, we can go to the next slide, CEO. So in terms of all this, therefore, Agroma South Africa has certain requirements in order for us to be able to do our job properly. Right? And we highlight some of these requirements that we need to look at. First of all, we need to be able to make rules. We need to be able to determine what processes, what procedures, how do we test these specific type of products? How do we amend a certificate, suspend these products? If a system holder is not complying with our requirements, how do we suspend that? How do we reinstate and withdraw certain certificates? We need to be able to issue certificates on specifically prescribed forms so that it is actually a recognized certificate, right? But most importantly, members of the portfolio committee, we must be able to monitor the performance of these products on the ground. Right? And we must be able to manage whether, if a product is complying, we renew the certificate of that product. If it is not complying, we need to be able to remove it. And I like also the DM when she introduced one thing. She says this organization is there to approve and disapprove. Right? So it's one of those things that we are going to look at moving into the future when we look at non-performance of Agroma. Because on one hand, people say, how many certificates have we certified? But on the other hand, we are also not recording how many have we actually rejected. Because by rejecting it, we would have looked at all the issues. Right? But then if that product is not conforming to the building regulations, I can reject it, but I've done the work. So we must be able to actually see how do we record products that we have certified vis-a-vis products that we have actually rejected, but have done exactly the same amount of work. Last but not least, we need to be able to establish and maintain a public register, right? A public register showing exactly who and what certificates have we actually rejected, why have we rejected them, the suspended, the reinstated, and withdrawn certificates. From here, members of the portfolio committee, I'm now handing over to the CEO to just take us through the alignments, the strategies, and also to zoom into our non-performance information, and then you hand over to the CFO to take us through the financials. Over to you, CEO.
Thank you, Chairperson, and much appreciated. Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the Deputy Minister, the Chairperson of the Board, and colleagues from IDT, as well as the finance and all officials from the department, good afternoon. I will continue presenting the annual report after the chair has presented the first part. And in terms of the alignment, Chairperson, is that we looked at the 7 national priorities to fast track the path, South Africa's path to prosperity. And those alignment priorities are economic transformation and job creation. And here, this is where Agrima contributes indirectly in terms of the certificates that are issued to innovators. We looked at also the education skills, but these are not necessarily applicable there, but we looked internally in terms of how we can continue to upscale our employees and consolidating the social way through reliable and quality basic services, the certificates, innovative products that we continue to issue. It's used by some of our public entities and to the public through municipalities as well as through implementing agent. And we look at capable ethical and development state as an entity that is evolving. We looked at this seriously to say, how do we capacitate our staff and how do we ensure that this organization continue to operate ethically and as well as in a development state. And the mere fact that we participate, we are one of the 22 entities or organizations worldwide that enable us to participate and play at that in globally to make sure that we continue to apply our standards in line with the other member states of WAFTAO, being the World Federation of Technical Assessment Organizations. Agrima fully supports these initiatives and believe that the fit for purpose certificates awarded to the certificate holder will indeed continue to contribute towards economic development and thereby indirectly supports these national priorities. Here, Chairperson, we are showing the public sector with its public entities as well as the regional or provincial departments in terms of how we operate, all contributing towards the 7 national priorities, being the public sector, public works and infrastructure sector. As an Agrima, we looked at 4 outcomes. That is the build, transform environment, the quality manufactured products. That's where we do quality inspections on all the products or systems that have been certified within the built environment. And we also look at the optimizing the use of non-standardized products and systems. That's where we do the certifications of these products and systems, which are non-standardized. And in terms of the broadening geographic footprint, we continue to engage at the national level with an impact that we want to see throughout the country. And in that, we contribute towards the outcome of the department through the dignified client experience, productive infrastructure investments, as well as the optimizations of job opportunities. We continue as an organization to continue to promote the innovations as an innovator, an advocacy innovator, and we want to see us as a stakeholder confidence in a way that we want to prioritize our stakeholders in terms of how they get their products once they are certified, how they implement, what impact it has in the community out there. Chairperson, these organizations, it's managed by the board, where the Agrima board, it's supported by the 4 committees of the board. We're looking at the Audit and Risk Committee, we look at Human Resource and the Remuneration Committee, and the Technical Committee, that is the committee that assess and approve each certificate, assisted by a panel of experts that are invited to assist the committee in approving the certificate. And most importantly, we're looking at Industry Advisory Committee. And part of our strategy, Chairperson, is that we want to play at this industry in terms of the informing and taking the lead and influencing the discussions around the innovative product and systems. And we want to increase in terms of the communication that will be led through or directed through this committee in terms of how we can influence the industry. We recently launched eco-labeling, eco-ASA labeling, and that's where we want to start showing in terms of how we tackle the issue around global warming through the certifications of materials and products that will promote the use of energy or energy efficiency, the minimizations of waste, how we conserve water, and so forth. So this is the key area that in applying this, we'll start to see exactly how we play in that field, contributing towards the green economy. Having said to be played at the international level, we want to continue as part of our vision to be the center of excellence for non-standardized construction products and systems. That is contained, it's our vision, and our vision is further enhanced by our mission in terms of how we want to see us complying with our act and implementing these objects that are contained. And as the chairperson has indicated, how we continue, we started the process of, as the DM has indicated, come out of our cocoon. We are starting to see a process whereby we go out to the communities to tell them exactly how they can participate in terms of doing business with Agrima, how they can participate if they want. They have the systems or a product that want to be certified by Agrima. And we want to further go on, Chairperson, to indicate if they indeed have a product that we can evaluate and see that it's got a potential, we'll want to assess in terms of their capacity. And if needs be, we will need to assist them so as they get their products certified through our assistance to make sure that we further expand the uptake, the introduction of products, innovative products and systems. And this is done through our community outreach. We have scheduled the trip where we're going to engage with the people at Polokwane on the 20th of this month in terms of how they can get to know who Agrima is, what Agrima does, and how Agrima provide safety in terms of the introductions of innovative products and systems. We want to see a situation where they start wanting to identify products or systems that are AGRIMA certified. Probably it might still be early, but we want to see a situation where they can feel comfortable by looking at SABS products that are marked SABS, probably in a lesser same vein to AGRIMA certified products. That is our long-term objective, but it's we are in the making in as far as that's concerned. Chairperson, we also look at our values because as an organization, we need to have values that our employee need to aspire and buy in and live by those values, which are, in short, it's pride, that is people, reputation, ingenuity, diversity, and enthusiasm. And we'll continue to review our values to make sure that it's in line with our objective, our strategy, to make sure that we continue to revise this to show how we evolve as an organization. For us to comply with our act, we also have to comply with the PFMA, and in that the PFMA require us that we need to be audited on an annual basis. And to comply with that requirement, we are subjecting our records to an external audit, which they have conducted. The audit ended on the 29th of July. And in that, at the conclusion of the audit, we achieved an unqualified audit opinion, which has been the case for the last 4 years. And we aspire to have a clean audit. And for us to have a clean audit, we have realized that we still got matters around supply chain management and issue and around non-financial performance information issues that we need to tackle them. Once we tackle these issues, we are sure we will be presenting a clean audit, and that it's a work in progress, and we're looking forward to do that. And as indicated, one of the issues being on the supply chain, in the previous financial year, we implemented 8 out of 9 external audit recommendations, one being the issues around irregular expenditure. We engage with the National Treasury and we continue to finalize that. And in the current year, we received an unqualified audit opinion with 10 audit findings. Among those audit findings were issues around the supply chain. It's part of what we are implementing. We've got the plan in terms of how we are implementing these audit recommendations. As we speak, in this end of the first quarter or second quarter, we have implemented almost 67% of our audit findings, meaning out of possible 12, including the previous year, and 8 have been implemented. We remain with 4, which we are hopeful that end of the third quarter, we should have implemented all the recommendation by the external audit. In terms of non-financial performance information, we looked at our strategic outcome-oriented goals, and that we need to promote the South African government's objective of economic development, good governance, and raising the standard of living and prosperity for all the population. And secondly, we're looking at to promote the introduction of innovative, non-standardized construction-related products and systems for which there are no standards. Earlier on, I alluded to the fact that there is SABS, and SABS are the only entity that deals with the standards that are available there. For us, because of innovations, we exist before the SABS, before all the products and systems are standardized, and that's where the innovation is. And during this period under review, we indirectly contributed to the supporting government's objective of socio-economic development, good governance, and raising the standard of living and prosperity in South Africa, and continue to encourage and facilitate the use of innovative products and non-standardized construction-related products and systems, and providing for certification schemes. And for us to encourage and facilitating, we also participate on other steering committee that is led by the CSIR as well as the NHBRC. This now make us to be aware of what other entities are doing in as far as the innovative product and system is concerned, but above all is to ensure that these products remain sustainable, taking into account the change in global warming. In as far as our planned target is concerned versus the actual achievement, we'll be putting up the graph that start to tell us exactly in terms of how we have achieved. Overall, we achieved almost 63% on average, but it's important to know that on each of the targets that we have planned to achieve versus the actual performance, we have almost 3 targets that we have achieved 100% in terms of our plan. The same, including the 0 expenditure on fruitless and wasteful expenditure. This we achieved because it's 0, that's why it doesn't show. But we didn't incur fruitless and wasteful expenditure on this program. In as far as irregular expenditure, as we indicated in the past, there was almost 0.2% of irregular expenditure incurred. That is 272,000 of irregular expenditure that have been incurred during the period under review. In as far as our spend, according to the approved budget, we achieved 63 out of 96% planned. That is 2/3 almost of spending. We achieved the unqualified audits. In as far as the approved public building, green building certification framework and the rating tool. On this one, Chairperson, we didn't achieve it because there was a delay in terms of mandate as of last financial year. But subsequently, we received the revised mandate and we are implementing it, and we are at an advanced stage. We're also working on socio-economic impact in terms of how it will affect or impact the environments when we fully implement, and we are happy with the progress thus far. In terms of our certification process, in terms of quality inspections and compliance, we have achieved just above 60% of our plan, 85%. And as far as the certification projects managed and finalized within the time frame, we achieved 59% out of our possible planned 85%. And in as far as the eco-labeling schemes, where we develop the schemes that will assist us to do assessments in terms of materials and products for materials that will indicate or qualify the building to be marked as eco-labeling compliant. We developed 3 standards, and that was according to the plan. The agreement conducts its assessments through the Department of Technical Services. And this is the core area business, core services in as far as the implementation of the mandate is concerned. And we continue to do the quality inspection, do the research and development, and the certification through this department, which is a core. And in terms of the detailed analysis of how we performed, we are reflecting the 3 specifications that have been approved, and it's ready to be rolled out. In as far as the use of non-standardized construction-related products and systems, that is the project that we managed that led to the certifications. Out of our plan of 85, we achieved 59%, where the deviations from the set standards is due to failed products. We maintain the register of all our failed products, the outstanding reports from the applicants, and the quality manuals, because as they submit the applications, they need to provide also the quality manuals and the test that needs to be done through the reports. Our quality manuals or the quality manuals of the applicants inform us in terms of how the product will continue to perform as initially intended. And it's important that if we are to rely on certain products to be of quality, there must be a quality manuals for that systems or product. In terms of the assurance, we continue to visit each and every applicant or a certificate holder in our database. This is necessary so to establish if the products or the system that have been certified does indeed through inspection still continue as initially configured. That is a very important element to eliminate the risk of producing or using the product or system that have since changed from the configuration as it was initially certificated. So it's important that we monitor that. We also indicated in terms of the public green building certification framework, the delays in terms of mandate. This matter has been subsequently been resolved after year end. We're looking at financial services. These are the departments that ensure that we continue to comply with PFMA, with the auditing standard, but above all, manages the affairs, the financial affairs of the organizations and deal with audit matters. And indeed, we continue to achieve unqualified audit opinion, and our spending in terms of the budget, we only spend 60% out of possible 95%. That has actually an impact in terms of our spending, because the project that were managed or supposed to have been completed and was not finalized. This is through the challenges through supply chain. And we found that due to non-compliance of supply chain management policy also affected us. And at the same breath, we found ourselves having not paid all the service providers within the 30 days. In this case, we had 2 invoices that amount to 45,000 that actually didn't satisfy the 30 days, hence it was paid after the 30 days. And since then, we have put in measures to mitigate that risk. And today, Chairperson, I can indicate that we have improved. We haven't incurred any or paid any invoice beyond the 30 days. That's the kind of improvements that we want to see. In as far as the irregular expenditure, we incurred 274 of irregular expenditure under the period under review. This was part and oversight in terms of the implementation of National Treasury notices that also had an impact in terms of how we manage our project, and as well as the non-compliance, which we continue to monitor. During the period under review, we didn't incur any fruitless and wasteful expenditure, so that has been achieved. In terms of provisions for training to our employees, we continue to provide that training, and in this case, there was no deviations. We achieved the rest. And here, Chairperson, I want to hand over to our CFO, Leboan Matumo, to take us through the finances of the organizations in terms of how we have performed. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, members of the Portfolio Committee, DM, Chairperson of ASA, and members of the DPW, and other colleagues from other entities. As the CEO has indicated, I'll be taking you through the financial performance of Agrima SA for the period ended 31st March 2022. Our presentation will reflect on the movement between our statement of financial performance and position for the period, for the 2 periods ended 2021 to 2022. And the legends below will be used to indicate the movements between the 2 financial years. As I take you through them, then I'll explain the movements between the 2 financial years. I can move on to the next. Thank you, CEO. We'll start off with the statement of financial performance. This summarizes our performance for the financial year, and I will then just take you through the different elements of the statement and indicate the movements between the 2 financial years. Starting with our own revenue, the first 3 lines relate to revenue that generated internally. We saw an increase on the total own revenue of 2.3 million. On the first line, it's for rendering of service that saw us increasing with a total of 2.26. That's mostly related to us reviewing our internal processes and ensuring that we can invoice the revenue to our certificate holders, and also by improving to a certain extent our project management, being able to release funds from what we've received in advance from our certificate holders into our revenue line. The next lines are for recoveries of bad debts and bursaries. There was a slight increase there. This mostly talks to any recoveries that we would have made from employees or any other debts that we had previously written off. Slight increase on the interest received. This is mostly based on the interest rates as they fluctuate throughout the year, and the cash balance that we have as at the period. So there's a slight increase in that because there was a slight increase in the cash balance that we had in the bank as at the end of the period. Then moving on to the next line for revenue, this is the government grants. These are the funds that we receive from the DPWI through transfer payments. From the 2021 to the 2022 financial year, there was an increase of about 4 million, which is about a 13.96% increase. The 2021 year saw a slight dip in the grant received as we had to make a contribution for the COVID relief, which then in this 2022 financial year that was not done. So it's the increase then year on year is then that's how we ended up with a 13.96 increase between the two financial years. Then moving on to the expenditure line items, there we overall are seeing a decline of about 5% on our total expenditure when comparing the two financial years. The first line on personnel related costs sees a slight increase of just below inflation of about 5.53%, which translates to around 1.2 million. Then the other decrease is on depreciation and amortization. This is an accounting entry that we put through that reflects the usage of our assets over time. So that has seen a decrease from the 2021 year to the 2022 financial year. Then also a slight increase of 4.75 on the lease rentals on operating leases. This is the amount that we pay for our accommodation, office accommodation, the rental towards that. That has also seen a slight increase of about 4.75%, which amounts to 120,000. This is in line with our the escalations in our contract with accommodation service provider. Then in trying to manage our debtors as well, we've seen a decrease in the debt impairment that we passed through in the 2022 financial year as compared to the 2021 financial year. The huge decline is actually on our operating expenses. We see a 19% increase there, which translates to about 1.1 million. This is again trying to manage our expenses so as to ensure that we are not overspending on our budgets. So that all in all has what's led to the total decrease on our expenditure of 5.6%. So we've tried in managing our performance for the financial year to move from a deficit in the previous financial year of about 2.5 to a positive surplus of 5.5. This, as the figures indicate, was done through managing the revenue by increasing our revenue, but at the same time managing our expenses and overall having a decline or a decrease in the total expenditures year on year. CEO, we can move to the next slide. Then the next statement that we are reflecting on is on the statement of financial position. This reflects the position as at end of the period, which is 2022. Then on the current assets that are made up of our receivables and our cash and cash equivalents, the big contributor to this balance is our cash and cash equivalent, where we've seen an increase from the 2021 year to the 2022 of about 4.3 million. This also, as I indicated earlier, is then linked to that interest, the slight increase in the interest earned year on year. Then the next section is on our non-current assets. Also, not in monetary, in value, the variance there is around 390, which translates to 12%. The non-current assets are mainly made up of our property, plant and equipment and our intangible assets. So there again, the decrease year on year is about 390,000. Then moving on to our current liabilities. There again, we've got a decrease in how we've managed our payables and our what we owe to external people. The total decrease being 1.56 from the 2021 year to the 2022 financial year. If we have go through the different line items, we've managed our payables to have a decrease of about 23%, which is about 1.49 million. And then also a decrease in the provisions that we had raised in the financial year. So that bringing the total liabilities down by 22.58%. Then Chairperson, that summarizes then our net asset position as at the end of the 22 financial year, where our net assets are then a positive. We are 5.52, the increase between for the two financial year. As of 2022, we were sitting at 25.3 million, and for 2021, we were sitting at 19.8 million. So they're seeing a positive increase between the two financial year in our net asset position. That also then translates into the reserves, where again that 5.52 is showing the as an increase in accumulated surplus. That will show the increase in our net asset position as at the end of the 2022 financial year. Thank you. I'll hand it over back to the CEO to carry on with the presentation.
Thank you, Chairperson. In conclusion, Agrima continue to contribute towards the national imperatives as well as the global sustainability by undertaking technical assessments of innovative construction products. Agrima provides technical assessments of system performance, and we continue to facilitate the safe introduction of innovative construction products and facilitate the global acceptance of innovative products and systems. And lastly, provide an independent and authoritative technical assessment of fitness for purpose. That is the Agrima, and I thank you, Chairperson. Then we'll await the Chairperson.
Thank you, CEO and CFO. Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and members, this is our presentation of Agrima, and I will hand over back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson of the board. Thank you, CEO and members of your team that have assisted in presenting to us the annual report of Agrima SA. I will now invite honorable members to raise their comments and questions on the presentation that we have just been given. Honorable Hicklin will be the first one, Honorable Trink, the second one, Honorable Murray, the third one. In that order, please. Honorable Hicklin.
Thank you so much. Sorry, Chair, I'm having a little bit of this today. The first, yes, Chair, can you hear me?
Yes,
am I muted? Is there something wrong with my signal? Can you hear me, Chair?
We can hear
okay.
You, but please, I think switch off your video because your line is not so clear.
Okay, Great. All right. Thank you. May I ask one very, very important thing before I make any comments and pass any congratulations? May I please ask that whoever does your presentations, can I ask them to please spell check your presentations, because there are quite a number of grammatical errors and spelling errors, and that is the first thing that you need to correct before you present to any committee. The first one that stood out at me and hit me right on the face was the advisory committee has an O missing on it. But as you know, Professor Mahachi, I am your greatest fan. Not only you as a human being, but Agrimar SA is my greatest piece of the portfolio. I love coming to the Eric Malloby Hub. I love coming to Agrimar SA. It is the best part of my being in the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. I need you to focus on the Auditor General's findings, the two findings that the Auditor General had about a lack of sufficient audit evidence, particularly in the disciplinary steps that have to be taken against officials that incurred fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And the second one was the proper and complete records were not maintained and kept as evidence to support fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Those are the two most important takeaways that end with regards to Agrimar SA. I'm going to just make some brief comments. I think that Agrimar SA on the whole is in a very healthy financial position and it works very well. My biggest problem is that you're still very heavily dependent on the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, and your biggest need is to get more clients to become more independent than you currently are on the department. You still get a major portion of your revenue from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, and if for any reason that falls away, you don't have a strong enough transverse link to market your product sufficiently to get more clients so that you can gain better exposure and therefore more links to getting your products used to address the needs that South Africa has and indeed the world has in terms of getting non-standardized construction products into different markets. The fact that you were able to issue 15 certificates for innovative building and construction technology products was highly admirable, despite there being budget constraints for COVID. And the fact that you have focused on green building strategies was highly admirable. The fact that your revenue increased by 2 billion rand from the previous year was again admirable, and that you had recoveries from bad debts was again from the previous year very admirable, and that your financial rollover from 10.6 I think it was a 10.6 million rand surplus must be applauded. The projects that were stalled, what was the reason for the projects being stalled? Was it purely COVID, or were there any other reasons for projects being stalled from the previous year to this? The other thing that I wanted to applaud was your project for the eradication of pit toilets with the Department of Basic Education, Department of Water and Sanitation, and the Department of Human Settlements is an innovation project that I really take heart with, and I applaud you. I think it's really great. The area that still concerns me dramatically is the vacant posts that you have in senior positions. I know that Mr. Sumanji has gone from CFO to CEO, and that is a great move, but you still have a monitoring and evaluation vacancy, and that filling of that vacancy will assist you in bringing down your qualified audit, as will the filling of vacancies. There are senior post vacancies in your finance department, which will also assist you in getting your qualified audit removed, hopefully within your next audit period. Other key challenges that I noticed were that you needed more stakeholders to get involved in terms of laboratories to test materials, and only 59.3% of your products that could have been approved were approved. I was also pleased to notice, as you had mentioned, that you were listing products that were not certified. That was a good, in terms of the audit risk, that you were certifying that there were products that were supplied to you that did not meet your standards. I found that that in terms of record keeping was very good. You need to take heed of the notification that needs to be kept in terms of the irregular expenditure from the previous year. That notification needs to be kept up, and that you need to make sure that you keep within the 30-day payment of invoices. Because if you don't, you're going to get a qualified audit again. Sorry, my notes are a little bit sketchy where I'm looking at the moment. Again, another noteworthy thing for me was that training was very good. Another note that concerned me was that your employee compensation, 75% of your budget went on, of your budget for employee compensation was used up, and yet you had a 42% staff deficit. I know that I made this comment last year, that you're using a lot of your allocation for employee compensation, and yet your staff complement is below what it needs to be. You need to keep this in check, because if you get the staff complement that you want, your allocations in your budget. And you need to be very careful of that. I mentioned it last year, and I'm mentioning it again this year, because it looks like you're going to run out of budget unless you are a little bit more careful with the allocation that you have put for employee remuneration. Other than that, Chair, I am very pleased with the way Agrimar is going. I think you are working incredibly well. I am aware of the fact that your quality compliance only met 60% of your target, and your approved sorry, I took a photograph of it because that particular slide didn't come out on my presentation. Your approved building quality compliance inspections conducted for certificates was also only around the 60% mark, and the percentage of Agrimar certification projects managed and finalized within the time frame was also around the 60%. There is always room for improvement, but as I have said, I am very, very pleased with the way Agrimar has worked over the year, and I applaud you and your staff on the way you have worked. I really, really, really think that this is an entity that works exceptionally well. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Hicklin, Honorable Graham-Murray, followed by Honorable Trang.
I thought it was the other way around, Chair.
Oh, okay. Honorable
Yeah, it was the other way around.
All right. Thank you, Chair. Chair, I won't be long. And firstly, want to just welcome the presentation, as well as the positive financial position of Agrima SA. And clearly, I think we look forward to a clean audit in the next financial year. The first question, Chair, is on slide 13. Why is the one irregular expenditure item that was raised awaiting condonation from National Treasury? In my opinion, irregular expenditure has to do with the flouting of legislation, supply chain management, your finance management acts, and so on. So, why was it sent for condonation when the Auditor General sees it as an irregular expenditure? The second question is just what is Agrima's national footprint in the 9 provinces? I think Honorable Hicklin has often said that Agrima is one of our best kept secrets. So what is the, I'm meeting with, the reason why I'm asking also is because I'm meeting with a businessman on Friday who has some innovation within the construction industry that he wishes to discuss with me. And hopefully I'll be able to point him to the nearest office, Agrima office. So what is your national footprint? And then slide 25, Chair, this is just a comment with regards to the underspending of budget. So some 63% of the annual budget was not spent. So the target there wasn't reached. And I think that what we need to note is that where there's an underspending of budget, it has a concomitant effect on unemployment and service delivery. And so, the underspending cannot and must not become the norm. Thank you, Chair. Those would be my questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sring. Honorable Graham Murray.
Honorable Sring, don't forget to remove your hand. Thank you very much,
Yes,
Chair.
Thank
you very much, Chairperson. Chair, obviously, Agrima is one of those wonderful entities. We don't need to say a huge amount about it. It's an entity that makes us all happy because it's one of these organizations that just does what it's supposed to do, and it does it so well. But there are things that are really concerning to me, having gone through the annual financial statements of this entity. The first is that in the CEO report in the annual financials, the CEO raises concerns around project management. And in fact, 16 of 27 projects were completed in the last financial year, and 3 major projects were not done. So I need to know whether or not there are mitigation measures that are being put in place to deal with project management. And I think part of that obviously is, as my colleagues have said already, is that there's 62 posts allocated on the organogram. 36 are filled, 4 are contract, and there are 26 vacancies. That means that there's a 42% vacancy rate. But if you break it down into the departments, you'll see that finance has got a 50% vacancy rate. Technical services has got 19 posts and 12 vacancies. And they only achieved 3 out of their 4 targets, as the financial department were not achieved. So there's a correlation between the number of employees in that department and the fact that they're not achieving their targets. And then corporate services got full as 6 vests. Financial services achieved 1 out of its 5 targets. Corporate services only had 1 target, which they did manage to achieve. So there's definitely a relation between the vacancy rate and the achieving of the targets that are being set. You can't be at almost a 50% vacancy rate and expect to then meet targets yourselves. There was also on page 30, obviously, an undercollection of revenue, but that seemed to emanate predominantly out of the government grant. So there was an underpayment there from the department. I just want to make one point. I see Mr. Somanji is the acting CEO, but he's an ex officio on the board, which was not the case with the IDT. So I think one needs to look at that. And also, I can see no record of any remuneration being paid to him as a board member. So for me, there's no double dipping or conflict of interest in that. I'd just like to know whether or not I see that they have spoken about consequence management, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. I hope that that is being addressed even more seriously, because I don't think it's sufficient. I then want to speak to the viability of this entity, because if you look at it, 89% of the income, and I know Honourable Hicklin did raise this, but I think it does bear repeating. 89% of your revenue is from government grants. So a very, very small portion of what you're generating as an organization is actually through your own work. And if you look at it, you spent 23 million Rand on personnel costs, which was actually an underspend of like, I don't know, 7 million odd. So you should have spent 30 million, but you spent 23 million on personnel costs to generate in effect 3.5 million Rand of revenue, which means that your personnel costs are 6 times greater than what that group of people have managed to generate in terms of revenue. And that for me is a bit of a concern, because then what is your viability in terms of being an entity that ultimately might one day be able to be a going concern on its own? So yes, you're a going concern, your liquidity ratios are good, your asset to liability rate is good, but the big issue for me is the cost of generating revenue is massive. And then also there was an underspend of 12.6 million Rand on your OPEX budget, which was linked to supply chain management challenges. So again, that vacancy rate in the finance department, I think, is having a massive impact on your ability to collect revenue, to create revenue, and to make sure that you're getting a clean audit. But aside from that, as always, it's a pleasure hearing from this entity, and we hope that the challenges that you face will be easily remediable, and you'll be able to do even better next year. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Graham Murray. Chairperson and CEO of Agrima, I think it will be as if we are singing the same hymn or the same song, but the reality is that we, as the Portfolio Committee, we are so proud of this entity and the things that it is doing. I think the recent one may not be part of the report that you're bringing to us, but the recent launch that you have of Eco, is it Eco what? Eco Asa or what? Yeah, Eco labeling. I think it is a positive step forward. And looking at your reports and the way that you are generating revenue, I think the recent launch that you did will also assist in you getting more individuals, more companies coming to you so that you can assess their innovative products, but also this time ensuring that we go the green way. I think it will really assist you, but we will again hamper on this. You need to go out there. I still believe you are the best kept secret. You are not out there. You are not out there. Yes, we have seen that you are really trying to be seen, to be heard, but I think more can be done in ensuring that Agrima SA is known all over South Africa, not only in South Africa, but all over the continent. With what we have launched, you have that in you, so you can do it. And that way you can generate revenue so that you don't depend solely on the department to give you grants and other departments. I think we once raised an issue, this one is not solely related, but it is DM on the issue of that here, for example, in Acacia Park, we still have temporary structures, prefabs that have asbestos roof. And I believe that the department said that it will ensure that these are demolished and new structures made. The easiest way to ensure that a structure is built within a week and a roof is put there is to look at the products that Agrima SA has said that they are okay, not using the normal brick and mortar, but also you will be saving many lives that are staying here in these asbestos roof houses. That asbestos, which is not allowed in any part of the world. So I think DM, your team and this entity can come up with ways of ensuring that the members that are staying here, they are staying in the correct buildings, but also buildings that are right for the environment, the green way. Thank you so much. Over to you, acting. There's no acting here. Chairperson, and it will be
one
chairperson.
last quick. I just have one quick question.
We don't have follow-ups.
Mr. Sumanji said that they were going to do a community outreach in Polokwane on the 20th of October. I just wanted to ask who the community outreach was going to. Is it to community or is it to business people? Because with all the respect in the world, a community outreach is wonderful, but if it's not aimed at the business community, I see it as being quite pointless. That was just my last point. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Hicklin. Chairperson, Mr. Malak. Yes, over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, honorable members. I'm just going to give some high-level comments and then hand over to the CEO and CFO to get into the details. Chairperson, we always welcome positive criticisms, and I think we are where we are because of the comments that we have received before, and we try and implement them as far as possible. Right? So just to highlight one or two issues, we do know that 2020 and 2021 affected all businesses from a COVID perspective, and it did not spare us also as Agroma. Our work as Agroma is mainly in the laboratory as well as in the field work. Right? So we relied quite a lot in doing tests in the lab, as well as going out, doing the quality management inspections, going physically on the ground. And all those things were actually a bit of a challenge for 2020 and 2021-22. Right? But we have actually seen now that with the opening up, we are able to address some of those challenges that we had. So hopefully we believe that in this current year of 2022, we'll be able to improve on some of the aspects that we did not do very well last year. Also trying to look at the healthiness of the organization and whether the sustainability of the organization going to the future. We were also very worried about the sustainability of the organization. And this is where we have now started to say, let's look at the promotion of other products. Let's introduce our own products so that at least new initiatives that can generate income instead of us only depending on the income that we get through testing of different non-conventional systems. And this is where we are now focusing more on the eco-ASA labeling system, which Chairperson have actually mentioned that as well. And we believe that with a good takeoff of this initiative, this initiative can actually grow humongously for Agroma SA, because the number of products that may actually require eco-ASA labels are very, very high. So this is one focus area. We will also be focusing on the Green Star rating system of innovative building technologies. It's also another area, and just looking only at the market within public works alone, without looking at the other departments, without looking into the private sector, there is a lot of buildings within public works that requires either your eco-ASA labeling or your Green Star rating. So there is an opportunity for us to be able to grow. So I actually 100% agree with you. If we go on as usual, like we were doing before, we will not be sustainable, but let us introduce new products, new business development initiatives, which is what we are actually doing. Honorable Clean, again, I should have started by apologizing with the presentation that had a couple of spell checks. I think it is noted, and it is not something that we are proud of in terms of putting up a presentation with some obvious spell checks. So our apologies with regards to that. Right. There is also a question, Honorable Tring, that you mentioned about Agroma South Africa national footprint in South Africa. One of the, okay, let me start off by saying we do not have a footprint in the rest of South Africa, besides us having our footprint at Agroma South Africa, CSIR in Pretoria. Right. But what we are initiating now, which is the process that we've started off, is that we've got other partners in place. Partners such as the National Home Builders Registration Council, our sister entity, CIDB, they have footprints all over. So what we are now looking at is the joint partnership, so that instead of us having establishing offices everywhere, but we can actually have a presence through any of those local offices. So we are, and we have actually started doing establishing that relationship with the NHPRC as well as with CIDB. So hopefully in the near future, we will be able to tell you then that wherever CIDB or NHPRC are located, we are also there as Agroma South Africa. But for now, we still believe then that if somebody is with a challenge and is located in Cape Town, in Limpopo, we should be able to assist them with the service, whether it's telephonically, with the latest technologies of Zoom and Microsoft Teams, we should be able to assist. Although we know then that having a local office would actually assist us quite a lot. So, Chair, I think your comments about Agromas being present all over South Africa, all over Africa and the rest of the world, that is actually noted. We actually hosted some delegates in the last week, this week actually. We hosted some delegates at Agroma South Africa from some of the African countries, and we believe then that yes, it's also another potential way of us being known not only locally but nationally, and the products and services that we offer can actually make an impact. And it's also another way in which we can actually be able to generate additional income. So, Chair, what I will do is then that some of the issues raised were actually comments, and we want to acknowledge then that we have recorded those comments, particularly the comments that comes from the AG. Right? We also would want to aspire for a clean audit report. We know then that there are certain constraints that we had last year, but we are going to address them this specific year. But I will ask then the CEO and the CFO to just try and zoom into certain specifics that has been raised by the honorable members. Over to you, CEO and the CFO.
Thank you, Chairperson, and afternoon once more, members. Thanks for the comment, Chairperson, and we really appreciate these comments, and I will approach it in two ways. Most, I will be approaching the comments that are of business, and I will reserve the financial comments to the CFO to attend. Regarding the project that have been stalled, whether it was because of COVID, yes, some of the projects are coming from the prior year, and COVID had an impact on that. And also in the current year, or at the year under review, some of the projects that were not implemented was because of the challenges of supply chain, such that come the year end, they were not concluded because of the challenges that we had at supply chain. Since then, we came up with a strategy where we work with the departments and our other sister companies in terms of assisting with the expertise. Say, for instance, we are looking at a tender that involves buildings. We will also source some of the expertise from the departments or the sister companies if it's IT related. And that's how we put in the strategy to resolve some of the challenges that we are faced. For some of the projects that were affected by the COVID, we resorted to using technology instead of visiting to the clients, and we resorted in technology in terms of how we can continue to perform as expected. Our engagement with other departments, the basic education and human settlement, these are the strategies that we are putting in place in terms of how we can increase the uptake of innovative technology. In this case, we are saying to the departments and other departments to say, we want, as AGRIMA, we want to be involved with the specifiers. In this case, the specifiers is the base, it's a bid specification committee that specify what type of technology needs to be used on a particular project. And in this case, if we work with the respective departments in terms of which AGRIMA certified product or system need to be put in place there, because our interest is to see the impact of innovative products. And we also we are doing the report, Chair, that tells us the impact of certified products and systems. We have various projects that have been installed or constructed in the Western Cape and all over the country, where even during construction, if they experience some challenges, they call our central head office and we assist where there is a need. But above all, we went into these provinces to establish what is the impact of the certified product and systems, either to the user and to the innovators. That's the project owner. And what experience are they experiencing in terms of the financing of such a project or the systems? And we want to have a database that starts to tell us what is the impact of these innovative products. And we also want to understand what is South Africa's take in terms of innovations. Are we keen to use own innovations, or are we still comfortable in terms of the conventional way of bricks and mortar? And these are we produce quarterly reports that start to tell us exactly where are we in as far as technology is concerned. And this, Chairperson, will be culminated in our innovation endeavor that we want to have on the first week of December. That's where we're going to invite certificate holders to also display their products that are there. And we want to invite the financial institutions and the major users of innovations in terms of the Department of Basic Education, Human Settlement, and our CSIR, and anyone in that stakeholders. And the committee will be invited in as well to actually start talking about this, to say, how do we really take up this innovative technology? How does it assist us? And what are the challenges from the certificate holders is concerned? What are the challenges that they are experiencing? And we want the financial institution to outline what are the requirements if there's challenges in terms of financing, whether it's a building systems or what. And this is where now we want to start to gauge in terms of how we introduce or emphasize the use of technology from our certificate holders perspective. And that we aim to do that in the next less than 2 months. Yes, in terms of the vacant positions, the monitoring and evaluation, for instance, and we reported this last year, we were still sitting at the 40% vacancy rate. And we went back to review exactly how this institution can optimize and make sure that those vacancy rates are managed and are at a reasonable level. And part of that, the strategy was that we also had to have a job grading, a job evaluation systems, and to grade those positions and to actually benchmark probably organization-wide, so that we also determine whether are we on par with other organizations and that are probably listed as 3A. And the exercise, it's due to be finalized. It will be presented to the governance structures, and we will be able to implement if it's approved anyway. But the strategy is that some of the position needs to be combined, so as we look at the working structure, and will be combined, and to make sure that we start prioritizing with the limited resources. We'll want to prioritize in terms of how we deal with the vacancy, so that we can start implementing and fill those important positions, so that we can improve in terms of our processes, in terms of efficiency, and continue to do what we do best in terms of the certifications of this product, while we are making sure that compliance is improved across the board. And that, as the members has indicated, has got a potential to really limit or resolve the issue of the audit. Yes, in terms of the stakeholder, we manage a national database that informed us in terms of how we are doing. And we go beyond that to say, as a public entity, we also need to maintain a register of complaints, and we encourage everyone to launch the complaints, so that we start to see the behavior of the products, because we believe that while we approve these products, probably there could be challenges on implementation or construction. There could be challenges in terms of the design, and we want to know that, so that we engage with the certificate holder, because at the end, the benefits is both the innovators and the users of those technologies. And we want to see that happening. And we want to also expand in terms of, from the website, we want to list the most frequently asked questions. This will inform, they will be interested, whoever visit our site, our website, to see what are the mostly frequent questions and how we provide the responses on that, and who's the contact persons. And that is very important, because we want to be proactive instead of being responsive. And this is where we want to indicate going forward. Regarding the compensation, my colleagues will work on that. And the quality inspections and the project management, we also noted that we didn't meet the target, and it's the area that we are looking at. But at the same time, the economic challenges that are faced by our applicants out there, it also reflected in terms of our performance. And that we manage within the given time. Of the 27 projects that we looked at, and we only get 59%. But if we look at those projects that were probably failed a test, they are quite there, and as well as those ones that, because of the outstanding reports, remain outstanding at year end. So, and we are happy with these kind of performances, because it tells us exactly the challenges that is out there. And one of our major challenges is the availability of experts, because we deal with innovative products. So not everyone is in a position to participate as an expert on this area. And hence, there is always a challenge, but we continue to thrive in this area that is it got a limited expert, because of the tests that needs to be conducted are very scarce. So, but it's something that we continue to look at. And in terms of the test, we continue to review in terms of the availability of accredited labs that will increase the testing area. And we continue to review that, taking into account the available tests or laboratories that are available within the higher education institutions. And the issue of the vacancy rate, we looked at that in terms of how we're going to optimize and be able to be responsive in for the challenges that we are facing. And Chair, regarding the visit, our visits to Limpopo, it's and actually it's not the first one. We did one around last month at Eric Mlobi. We were in partnership with NHBRC. We were looking at, we provided training to the organizations or companies that are working in the space and that also have a keen interest in terms of what we do. And those ones that are also registered on the NRBC database. And the same applies. We engage with the municipalities in the area and also the regional departments in the area to facilitate, and they are aware, and they will also be on radio. Will be also on radio on the 19th of October, informing whoever is listening in terms of Agrima being in the area or coming to the area the next day and what they will be doing. And in that way, we are spreading the word, because what we want to hear after that is that people must start asking questions. Who is Agrima? Oh, this green color, this is what I remember I have seen. And we want to start to hear the talks after that. And we're also aiming on the fourth quarter, that will be from January to March, to really be on the billboard. On this billboard, the radio station, it's Capricorn FM. That's where we'll be talking to the listeners and the people in Bulkwan. And we will be putting it on the billboard so that people start to see the colors of Agrima. And this month, or towards the end of this month, we will be on TV, we will be on ETV to really look at, start communicating, start telling people in terms of what Agrima does. And this month also, we are looking at the magazine. That's the Green Building magazine in terms of what we are doing. And the fact that we have launched the Eco-ASA eco-labeling, it's important that we need to indicate that we are going to advertise to now tell the community in terms of what Agrima does, or what does it really mean by eco-labeling, and how can they participate, what will be the benefit of the eco-labeling. And this is what now we want to hear people start talking about the Agrima in terms of the importance of a green economy, and how we will be contributing as a country, because this is the only endorsed eco-labeling scheme for the government, and hence everyone will come on board. I must also be upfront, Chair, to say the Department of Public Works, we are an implementing agent of the Department of Public Works, and I see the department as a first line that will also start to address the issue of over-reliance in terms of how we can roll out this scheme and be able to assist in terms of the portfolio of buildings that are being managed, to look at how we can start making sure that these buildings are retrofitted to start addressing the issue of energy efficiency, given the challenges that ESCOM is facing. It's high time that we look at the energy efficiency. We looked at the scarcity of water. We look at how we can minimize the wastage. How can we recycle some of the waste that is actually happening within them? So we're really looking more to engage with our key stakeholders and to start looking at the bigger picture in terms of how we can achieve some of the implement some of the challenges that we are facing as an organization. And we're also noting the issue that in these days in age, there are still structures that are having asbestos, and our certified products are really there to address such, because we must remember the benefits and advantages of having an innovation is that it's cost savings, it's implemented within lesser time, and that's where now we want to see these structures actually being put up and be replaced within a month. This it can be done, but and we'll be keen to really engage with the construction section within the department in terms of how we can play a role in terms of the specification that needs to be there to address such a structure, given the budget and other that needs to be taken into account. Chairperson, I think I've addressed most of the business areas that we need to look at, and the finance side, I'll ask my CEO, the CFO to look at, and if there's anything to add, we will do so. Thank you, Chairperson. Levon.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you, Chairperson. I'll just be touching on some of the questions that have been raised by the members. Most of the questions that were related to our financial viability, I think the Chairperson and the CEO have touched on, but just to reiterate that we are indeed reviewing our processes to ensure that we build on a business model that will see us being financially viable and not being so dependent on the government grant that we are receiving from the DPWI. We've recently launched an Eco-ASA, and we're working on the Green Building Rating 2. These are just some of the projects or initiatives that we have that we are looking to making sure that they do generate future revenue for us, and we plan on making this sustainable project so that we move away from being dependent on the government grant, and in that way strengthening our own processes and strengthening our own financial viability. Then the other question was related to the irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditures as well. We are working hard at reviewing our internal controls and processes so that we can have preventative controls in place so that we don't see a reoccurrence of these instances of irregular expenditure. We're working closely with the rest of the staff, finance leading this process to ensure that the staff is aware of the processes that need to be put in place of how to go about when engaging with supply chain management processes. We are also working very closely with National Treasury. We actually have a session that's planned with National Treasury where they can come and also reiterate the message to the employees, and also just keep us abreast about all the latest developments that are happening with regards to the National Treasury instruction notes that need to be implemented. So really putting in a lot of work so that we don't find ourselves in the same position at the end of next year when we have instances of irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The other compliance method being 30-day payments as well. I think as the CEO has reported that for the period 1st April to 30th September, we have not had any instances of payments that were made after 30 days. This again goes to us reviewing our internal controls around making sure that we meet the compliance requirement and that all payments are made within the legislated 30-day period. Then with regards to the condonation, in terms of the framework for irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, once a determination test has been done internally, we're supposed to submit that the irregular expenditure and fruitless wasteful expenditure to National Treasury for condonation. So those instances that are listed in our annual report have been through the internal processes, have been tabled at the various governance committees and the board, and they've recommended that we can submit these instances to National Treasury for condonation. In this, we are working very closely as well with our internal audit division that are assisting us when performing these determination tests so that we we make sure that we've covered all aspects before these are submitted to National Treasury. Then consequence management is a very important aspect as well that we are implementing. We don't take these instances lightly. We ensure that the necessary steps are being put in place to prevent such instances from reoccurring. So yeah, it's something that we are constantly reporting on at our governance committee meetings. Even at our boards, we table these reports that show the progress that we are making towards clearing these instances that have been reported in the past, but also the measures that we're putting in place to prevent the reoccurrence of these non-compliance matters. Okay, yeah, that covers this us then on the compliance matters that are that we are dealing with as an entity. I think I've covered that. The CEO has spoken to the vacancies that we are working on filling those positions. The job evaluation process that's currently underway will also see us re-looking at our whole structure to find what will work best for us, that we've got the right positions at the right place to make sure that we are efficient in our processes, and more so that the grading of those position matches with the work that's being put in place, and the benchmarking as well, that the work that's being done by our staff matches what the remuneration that will be paid out. Then yeah, that would cover me, CEO. If I have left anything out, if you can, then I'll hand it back to you.
Sorry, thanks, CFO. I'm not sure, did you cover slide 25? I'm not sure if I got that, the 63% spend.
Okay, if I can then just go back. All right, this spend, I think that Chairperson, the CEO partially touched on to say that the underspending as at year end related to projects that were not finalized as at year end due to numerous reasons, but mostly being the procurement processes that could not be finalized as at year end. This then saw us not being able to commit the funds as at 31st March, which then means that the budget that was set out for those specific projects was then unspent as at excuse me, the end of the period. So it's mostly a project management thing, and aligned as well to the procurement, the procurement processes, the challenges that we were experiencing there, that has largely led to this understanding of the budget for the 2021-2022 financial year. But in this current year, we are working closely with the as a whole, procurement, working with the rest of the business so that we have proper project plans in place that are linked to a procurement plan and the budget, where we constantly monitor that what we have set out as a plan for ourselves for the financial year, match that to the procurement plan and matching that to the budget. How are we doing so that we can avoid a situation where it comes to year end, we have not fully committed our funds, or we have not finalized the process, the procurement processes that would have been required in the period before that.
Thanks, CFO. Honorable Chairperson, I'm not sure if we left out any comments or questions, but your last comment, I think, was directed to the DM around temporary structures and implementation of ASA products. So maybe I can elevate it upwards to the DM. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chairperson. And Honorable Chairperson, just to round off those areas that the board and the executives of Agrima could not deal with. Maybe I should first start by adding, say, a voice of a congratulatory note, because I see them quite often. I forget that it's the first time that now Richard comes to the committee as an affirmed CEO. And also add the CFO, who is a young lioness. I won't tell you her age, but I can assure you that she's below 35. And for me, to have the youth rising to the occasion of holding senior executive positions, it's something that really makes one's heart melt a bit. So I do want to congratulate her as well for rising to that level of seniority in the organization. I would love to really congratulate her for that. But also clarify, Chairperson, that in this case, in Agrima, these entities, all of them are, I think I had said it earlier with IDT, that they have pieces of legislation that sets them up. And therefore, even with this instance of Agrima SA, Agrima is an entity which has been set up in terms of the law. It's Act, I think Act 11 of 2015. And clause 9.3 or 9 subsection 3 clearly stipulates that the CEO in that instance is a non-voting member of the board. So it's clearly stated in legislation, or clearly regulated there. With respect to, unlike IDT, with IDT, remember, we battled with the issue of the entity, the scheduled company against the trust, which at one instance it would be a trust, at the other it would be a board. But we really, a company board, we really, in the memo that we're dealing with now, which is talking to the reconfiguration, those are the matters we are clarifying, but also it should be understood in the context that in the 21-22 financial year, where the CEO, the acting CEO of IDT was released, when that decision was taken to release her, she was previously the member of the board, and therefore would have had some claims as the member and the chairperson of the board. And within that financial year, then her status changed. And therefore, in the financial statement, there will be that part that reflects her as having claimed. But in the ensuing year, which is the current financial year, until the decision is taken, which way who becomes CEO and all that claim as a board member will not appear. So I thought I needed to just clarify that issue so that we are not left not understanding what's happening. With respect to your comment, Honorable Chair, on the asbestos issue, maybe an update just to say that we had agreed as the department on a number of projects which will see Agrima playing an important role, or the products that they have certified being utilized. And one of such projects is that one that you are referring to. Remember, it has always been our decision that as we shall demolish those asbestos roofed houses, we will consider using alternative building materials to speed up the process of rebuilding those houses. So that already is in the proposal, because currently we are proposing a different approach, which we shall be using for the first time, the design and build approach, which is with our legal now to test its legality and to ensure that we don't get off the mark trying to do something new and be carried away by zeal and find ourselves having broken the law somehow. And therefore that's where that is now with our legal section, just to test if the proposal as it stands meets the legal test. But the principle of alternative building materials is there. And the team, the eco-labeling, what Agrima has not said is that it is actually Minister's pet project, because this issue of ensuring that we save electricity, water, and the space, the nature, is at the heart of us looking now at the existing buildings that we utilize. There's an ROT, refurbish, operate, and transfer project that will be using much of the eco-label aspects of greening, because we would want to utilize those buildings to ensure that the current offices of government, building utilized by government, lead in terms of saving electricity, water, and nature. And therefore, utilization of the eco-label will surely be included in that project. I thought I needed to just share with you those few remarks and add my voice in congratulating the two new appointees in the department, encouraging them, of course, to look for where there are vacancies, ensure that the young, energetic, and able in terms of capacity should be appointed, not forgetting those that are disabled to be in the employ of the entity. Thank you, Chair, and thanks once more to the honorable members for their comments and thought-provoking questions. Thank you.
Thank you, DM, and thank you, Chairperson, CO, and your team. As I indicated earlier, this is one of the entities that we all as portfolio committee members agree that it's one of the entities that is performing so well. We would like to see it growing, would like to see it being recognized all over Africa, not only in South Africa, because it is really promising. And the recent launch, it's one of the vehicles that is going to take you forward. Thank you again, honorable members, for your thought-provoking questions and your encouraging and constructive criticism. It is good for the entities and the department. On those words, we will allow the department and maybe the entities to leave the meeting, so as the portfolio committee members just finalize one item, that of adopting our fourth quarter program. Ms. Martinez, can you flight the program?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and enjoy your day.
Thank you. Bye.
Members, goodbye.
Thanks, Chair. The program is on the screen.
Thank you, Nola.
Can I continue, Chair?
Oh, okay.
All right. Thanks again, Chairperson. As we have noted, the first four meetings are related, where we are getting briefings from the AG, the department and its entities on the annual reports of the 2021-22 financial year. So next week on the 19th, well, as we know that tomorrow we'll be having the that is Wednesday from 9 to 12. We'll consider and I think on the same day to also look into the minutes of the previous meetings, which would be this week's meetings plus the last two meetings that we haven't also adopted. Then moving over to the 26th of October, which will also be a Wednesday, we envisage to have a briefing by the DPWI on the progress report on the review of the National Infrastructure Management Strategy on NIMS, and also on the training of Infrastructure South Africa in the 5-case model and project development roadmap setting out, which will be setting out how the model integrates with the framework for the infrastructure procurement and delivery, and how the use of the UK's 5-case model impacts on the review of the public-private partnership regulation 16. Then following that, Honorable Chair, on the 2nd of November, that'll also be on a Wednesday, we'll have a briefing by the DPWI, DBSA and National Treasury on the working relationship impact and on organograms, of each institution and oversight responsibilities emerging from their 17 August 2020 MOU to manage the 100 billion infrastructure fund and deliver strategic infrastructure in South Africa. Following that will be the 9th of November, where the National Treasury, ESA, and the IIO in the presidency of the PPP regulations that is required to deliver on the strategic infrastructure projects. That speaks to ISA as well. After that, on the 16th of November, we envisage to have a briefing by the DPWI on progress regarding efforts to get the ethics, compliance, infrastructure, and consequence management unit fully operationalized. After that, on the 23rd of November, we'll have a briefing by the DPWI and PMTE on its 2022-23 first quarter performance reports. And then lastly, Honorable Chair, on the 30th of November, which would be the last day of the term, because the term is ending on the 2nd of December, Parliament rises on the 2nd of December this year. We'll have a consideration and adoption of the Telecom Towers Oversight Report. As we know that the committee in the recent past went to Pretoria on an oversight visit to Telecom Towers. So the draft of the report has been submitted to the chairperson today. So the chair will just have a look at it, and then as soon as the chair gives us a green light, it will be sent to the honorable members for the input, so that by the time we are ready for the adoption of the report, then everything, all the other inputs have been incorporated. Chair, one other thing that is not appearing on the program, but has been brought to our attention is a petition that was apparently ATC'd sometime in May, but it wasn't brought to our attention for some reason or the other, I don't know, but it was just brought to our attention just, I think on Monday, that there's a petition. So we'll look into that and see if we can't probably make a space for it, or perhaps on the day in which we are adopting the program, then we can also process the petition, but we'll obviously inform the MANCO prior to making those changes on the program. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Nala, for this program. Honorable members, this is the program for this term that started yesterday with these 3 days of intense meetings. Okay, let me allow members to comment on it before I bring in my comment. Members, any comments before the adoption? Honorable Hicklin, Honorable Van Schalkwyk.
Chair, are we not going to do our oversight of the small harbours?
Yeah. I wanted to comment on that one, even myself. Honorable Van Schalkwyk, noted. Honorable Hicklin.
Chair, that was also my question, if we are not going to do further oversight as previously indicated. The other one, Chairperson, is just that I see that tomorrow morning we are starting at 9. Are we not attending our party caucuses?
If I may come in on the last one, remember when we prepare a program, we also consult with the program name. When we prepared this program in September, even before the recess that we coming from, the programming indicated that this week there will be no plenary sittings, there will be no caucus. But we saw that there is a caucus. I am then appealing to all members to multitask tomorrow, or we will try to, as we are starting at 9. Yes.
Chairperson,
you want to come in, Honorable Jabo?
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Tomorrow there will be caucus at 10. Sorry.
Thank you, Honorable Jabo. I was appealing then, thank you, Honorable Jabo, for that. I'm appealing to all members that we try to multitask tomorrow, possible, because we will. Which one are we starting with, Nola? Is it CPE?
Starting with CIDB, Chair.
Okay, CIDB. If we start exactly at 9, honorable members, by 11 we would be through, so that we can join full time, but we must join at 10 using another device, our party caucuses, and then we try that the other one, we join it at 12:30. I think by that time the caucus will be over. I am appealing on that one. On the issue, Nola, I wanted to bring into your attention the issue of the, I know that when we did this program, we thought that during recess, we will have gone to our oversight visit in respect of the small harbors. I then appeal to you that let's take that last week. Usually it is allowed that on the last week, you can go for these things, the oversight. Can we try the first week of December? Submit the application.
All right, Chairperson, are you saying are you proposing that we should submit for the first week of December? That's after Parliament has risen on the 2nd. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
All right, not a problem. Then we'll try for that one, because I was gonna explain why we couldn't be able to factor it into this program, because the parliamentary program, the NA program, is fully packed with sit-ins through and through until Parliament rises on the 2nd. So there's no provision for committee oversight week or committee week for that matter, as it usually is during other terms. I think it's because this term is shorter than any other. I'm not sure, but with the programming committee that has given us the program that they've provided, we couldn't be able to put it in our oversight visit in the manner in which we had crafted it. So we'll try to just take your proposal so that we can do it during the first week of December, then as soon as Parliament rises. Thanks, Chair.
Yes, I want us to look at that week. As the Parliament will rise on the 2nd of December, we can say our oversight visit, it can start immediately. We can start even on that Sunday, which will be is it the 4th? Yeah, we can even start on that week. I understand, according to the programming, that week it's for the constituent week again. Let's ask for it.
Noted, Chairperson. Thank you.
Yeah. Can we then, honorable members, can we then have someone move that we adopt this program as our working tool for this quarter?
I move, Chair, for the adoption of the program.
Thank you, Honorable Van Schalkwyk. May we have a seconder?
I'll second it, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Hicklin. This is the program that we will utilize. Honorable members, thank you again for your deliberations in dealing with this program. And earlier on, when we dealt with the annual reports of the entities and the department. Again, tomorrow, honorable members, we will be dealing with that, and we'll push that at least by 11. We are through with the first entity, and then we will deal with another entity at 12, so that we allow those that are attending their programs to party caucuses to join them. Thank you, honorable members. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Bye, colleagues.
Recording stopped.